Ah, eh.
Os equipamentos estavam desligados aqui.
Good morning, everybody. We just decided to start a bit later because so many people are still queuing outside. So be patient and don't run away. Thank you.
That's okay. There's translation. There's interpretation.
Okay.
Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Bom dia a todos e a todas. Eu sou Veridiana Limonte, estou como chair hoje dessa main session. Foundation. Fui representante do terceiro setor no CGI no último mandato e vamos aqui começar a segunda parte da sessão da Coalizão Dinâmica. We'll now begin this morning main session, which builds upon yesterday's sessions on the IGF Dynamic Coalitions. Yesterday, we gave an opportunity for the IGF Dynamic Coalitions to present and showcase their work to the broader community in a formal manner. Participants were encouraged to complete rating sheets on the output documents, broken down into the main issues under discussion. This morning, we will give additional dynamic coalitions who wish to do so the opportunity to introduce themselves, discuss their work, and encourage participation in their group. The rest of the session will be devoted to discussion and debate on the outputs presented yesterday, and the feedback received via the rating sheets will provide guidance for the future work of the DCs. I will allow the session organizers and moderators to explain a bit more about how we envision the session going. I would like to give the floor to our moderators, Jeanette Hoffman and Rachel Pollack. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. We start with a short wrap-up of what we did yesterday, and then Rachel will explain to you how we envision the session to go forward this morning. So what did we do yesterday? First, we got a bit of a background by Markus Kummer and Avridoria about the history of dynamic coalitions, the discussion going on about how the IGF could become more outcome-oriented and how these two issues are related to each other. Then we got an introduction by Jeremy Malcolm about the concept of idea rating sheets. Then we had presentations, 9 really good presentations by dynamic coalitions. And since we had a bit of time left, we are already opened the floor for comments, and perhaps not too surprisingly, if one knows about the history of the IGF, most comments were indeed process-oriented. Despite all the suspicion and discussion in the run-up to this session, lots of people actually supported the approach chosen by the two co-chairs of this main session. There were several comments suggesting that we should start earlier during the IGF week with introducing idea rating sheets and also allowing people to make comments after the session so that people can still use them and comment on the presentations online, perhaps between IGF meetings. So we found that very encouraging, and I'm sure that the MAC will have debates about how to carry on with this approach. Now I hand over to Rachel.
Thank you, Jeanette. So today we will proceed first by hearing from those dynamic coalitions who did not present yesterday. We have at least one and up to 3. We would like you to please give an intervention of 3 minutes maximum. Then we will hear from Jeremy Malcolm about the results of the idea rating sheets, both online and the paper versions. And then we'll open the floor for debate. Please keep your interventions to a maximum of 90 seconds or 1 minute, 30 seconds. And we'll do that for about half an hour and then conclude with responses from each of the dynamic coalitions. So now I give the floor to the Dynamic Coalition on Online Child Safety. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. The Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety welcome the initiative to stimulate further interactions with the broad IGF community, as well as to seek ways to better inform about the nature and scope of our work as dynamic coalitions, which should be mutually beneficial. The Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety was created in 2007 and currently has 24 member organizations, as well as 55 individuals affiliated to its mailing lists, some representing those organizations and others active in their personal capacity. Provided that an estimated 1 in 3 internet user worldwide is under 18-year-old, rising to 1 in 2 in parts of the developing world, the members of the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety believe in the importance of advocating for and positioning issues around the rights of the children within the agenda of the Internet Governance Forum by providing an open platform for discussion and sharing dialogue among representatives from children's organizations, government, industry, academia, and other civil society groups, including those made up of young people themselves. Children's rights, and in particular the issues about the link between those rights and internet governance, should be in the remit of all actors across sectors. It's not the sole responsibility of children's organizations. This is reflected by the wide variety of our membership and through concrete outcomes, which were inputted by a large member of our coalition, such as UNICEF ITU Industry Guidelines for Child Online Protection. The Internet Governance Forum is one of the main actors in the Internet governance ecosystem. This is why we would welcome to hear the views of those attending today, whether remotely or in person, on how Internet governance stakeholders should embed the issues concerning the rights of children in the digital age in Internet governance policies and structures. We encourage all interested parties in joining our coalition to contact us, and we also look forward to further cross-collaboration with other coalitions. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. We'd now like to invite any other new dynamic coalitions who have not yet presented. Do we have someone from the Dynamic Coalition on Accountability? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Farzan Ebadi, and we have recently convened the Dynamic Coalition on Accountability of Internet Governance Organizations. The reason behind convening this Dynamic Coalition is to look at accountability mechanisms that exist in Internet governance organizations, and by that we mean Internet governance organizations that are involved with binding or non-binding policy making processes. So it focuses on, it can focus on Internet Governance Forum and WUSES, and also ICANN and other organizations that are involved with Internet governance. The importance of accountability comes from the fact that if we need to uphold the Internet governance principles that we always go on and on about and talk, and we want to be multi-stakeholder, we want privacy, or we want transparency. If we want these things, we need to have certain accountability mechanism to make the Internet governance organizations accountable and transparent. And if they are not, then we should have some form of some process to for redress or for reformation. And we have recently convened this Dynamic Coalition, and we are. If you have any suggestions, or if you would like to give us any kind of feedback, that would be great. Also, you can become a member. Also, you can become a co-organizer, and we will welcome any kind of suggestion and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other dynamic coalitions, perhaps freedom of expression expression and freedom of the media. If you would like to make a few remarks, can come up. Thank you.
Thank you. The freedom of expression and freedom of the media online had a pretty full discussion to set out our agenda for the coming year. The past 5 years have been focused on issues of intermediary liability and the Delphi case, and now that that case has been ruled on, we decided what the next objective will be to look at the different dynamics of censorship online, from the public, private, privatization, self-censorship, and algorithmic censorship, and to elucidate those over a series of thematic issues such as countering violent extremism, violence against women online, child safety, and we look forward to working with other dynamic coalitions to make sure that the elements of freedom of expression and freedom of the media are considered within responses on how to deal with other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. I see that there is a question from Luca. I give you the microphone.
Not really a question, more a piece of advertisement. So together with some colleagues, we wanted to create a dynamic coalition on drone governance. So if there is any person in the room interested in exploring drone governance, not clearly only from military use, but mainly from a civilian use, well, they can contact me after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Okay, now we'll hand the floor over to Jeremy, who will discuss the results of the IDEA rating sheets.
Thank you very much. So, despite the fact that we left almost no time for people to complete the IDEA rating sheets, we do still have a few interesting results. Not so much results in terms of a clear consensus on any of the substantive points, but more results in terms of how the different IDEA rating sheets have been received and which approaches to drafting them have been more successful. And I guess the topics that are most contentious and the topics that are most popular. So let me begin by saying that clearly the most contentious and or popular of the dynamic coalitions based on the number of responses received are net neutrality and public access in libraries, interestingly. Now, this could reflect a number of things. It could reflect the fact that those coalitions did the most outreach. It could reflect the innate controversial nature of particularly net neutrality. We also find that all of the all of the 7 topics, but 2 received only positive responses or neutral responses. There were only 2 dynamic coalitions whose ideas received any negative responses at all. One of those, again, is net neutrality, and the other one is core internet values. Now, core internet values is, I'll begin with that one because that's a bit of a problematic one in the sense that we received 1 hour prior to the opening of yesterday's session a new set of IDEA rating sheets for that coalition, which we weren't able to put in the paper version. So the paper version only has 1 question covering the entirety of the core internet values topic, and that clearly wasn't successful because we can see on that sheet virtually no one responded, either online or offline, and amongst those who did, there's a real spread from disagreement to agreement with no pattern at all. But for the revamped online IDEA rating sheet for the Core Values Coalition, we have a much more useful output in that there's a much more interesting spread of responses, more responses, and so I think the lesson for that, from that for the dynamic coalitions is don't just have 1 question. Split up your question, your ideas into, we had recommended between 5 and 10 questions. The 1 question on the core values sheet which received a negative response from some was on the end-to-end architecture, and that probably makes sense because it was already stated in the session yesterday that end-to-end architecture is something that has been compromised in the internet as we know it today. So that's some feedback that the Core Values Coalition will be able to go away with and think about maybe how they reframe that question or present it next year if they wish to do so. So I've said that Core Values maybe made a mistake of only having too few questions. There's another coalition that had perhaps too many questions because there was only one response, and that was Internet Rights and Principles. We didn't have a paper sheet for them because there were 21 questions, but even on the online version, that was by far the least responses that any of the coalitions received. The most number of responses, I should say, was still not very high. It was 18. So we're not talking representative in any way. But I think that maybe shows there needs to be a balance struck between having too few questions and having too many. What else can I say? Gender, again, there's probably not too much in terms of the number of responses that I can talk about the results for the Gender Coalition. Internet of Things, likewise, there's not enough to be really representative. Okay, net neutrality. So in the Net Neutrality Coalition, we had 5 civil society responses, 3 private. Contentious questions, which the net neutrality 3, number 4, and number 5. So number 2 is just the statement of the net neutrality principle that internet traffic is treated without unreasonable discrimination, etc., etc. The next question, which was also a little controversial, was the deviations that are permitted from the net neutrality principle. The next one, which was that ISPs should be able to give force to court orders or legal provisions to bypass net neutrality principles. And the one following that, which was about publishing, well, interestingly, I don't know why that was controversial, ISPs should publish meaningful and transparent information on their net neutrality practices. The idea rating sheet that had the biggest spread amongst all the stakeholders was the Platform Responsibility Dynamic Coalition, because we did have an intergovernmental organisation responding to that, as well as all the other stakeholders mentioned. And that also seems to have the potential to be quite popular and quite consensual, because there were no negative responses. Most of them were highly positive. So that's a good sign, I think, for the Platform Responsibility Coalition to continue its work, and to maybe next year, when we repeat this exercise, if we do, on a larger scale, they may be able to reach some message from the larger IGF community that supports the platform responsibility principles. And likewise, the Public Access in Libraries Coalition, I think, can be very happy with the interim results, because there were 15 responses, mostly from civil society and the academic community. Admittedly, there wasn't such a broad stakeholder spread, but the very predominant result from that coalition's idea rating sheet was strong support. So I think they can be very happy that they're going in the right direction. And once again, if we do reach a point in the future where we have a more representative sample, then it might be that there could be a form of rough consensus emerge around their principles. So having said that, clearly today we're not in a position to judge that there is any form of rough consensus for any of the documents that have been discussed, simply because we didn't give enough of an opportunity or get enough participation. But I think, at least from my perspective, we've made a good proof of concept here, and hopefully we can run this on a larger scale next year. Meanwhile, we will leave the online idea rating sheets open, and I will be providing access to the raw data from those to the Dynamic Coalition organisers. I'll also be giving them copies of the paper idea rating sheets, which, apart from the numbers, also have a lot of useful comments in the strengths and opportunities and weaknesses and threats fields. So regardless of the limited nature of this trial, I think it's definitely proven itself to be promising and hopefully will be useful to the dynamic coalitions in their ongoing work over the next year. Thank you. Yes, question?
Just for the record, to remind us, could you tell people where they can go for the online access for the rating sheets?
Yep, it's on the main website of the IGF under the link feedback at the top. So if your screen is wide enough, it should be on the right-hand side of the screen towards the top, and the label again is feedback. Yes?
Thank you, Jeremy. How long are these going to be kept open for?
Well, yesterday it was suggested we leave them open indefinitely, so we don't have a date when they're going to be put down. We can get interim results at any time, so if the dynamic coalitions want to start working on the results next month, we can give them the results, but then leave it open for as long as we want to. Yes, Luca?
Yeah. Just a question. Who is allowed to use the DL rating sheets? Everyone or only the IGF participants?
Well, there's the IGF community in theory is the whole world, right? People have to sign their name, they have to give their name, and they have to give their their stakeholder group. But at this point, we're not going any further to accredit them in any way, so it's really open. Any other questions on the IDEA rating sheets before we move on? Back to the moderator then. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I think this has been a really interesting exercise and has provided some helpful feedback and lessons learned if this exercise is repeated next year. I think Aubrey would like to make a few remarks.
I had just one, actually, most of the remarks I wanted to make got covered. One of the things I wanted to add, first of all, was to thank Jeremy. He's actually put in a fair amount of effort on this experiment and has been very adaptable as we've moved forward. The other thing is I have asked Jeremy to add one more rating sheet, and that is on the notion of rating sheets. So as people go to the survey button, it won't be on the paper ones, but as they go to the survey, if they want to comment on the whole notion of rating sheets themselves, it'll be possible to do that. And the paper ones will certainly remain up for the rest of this session, but when the walls or whatever get torn down for this room to change, they'll go away. But until then, they'll be available for people. Thank you, and thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Aubrey. We'll now open the floor for debate from the audience. And so if you could please line up at the microphones. We have some on both ends. And we'll gather all of the questions and comments at once, and then for about half an hour, again, 90 seconds each, and then at the end, we'll give time to each of the dynamic coalitions to respond. Thank you. Can begin here. Yeah, I think we're having a problem with the microphone.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, thank you.
You could also please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, I will. My name is Rajan Matthews, and I represent the Cellular Operators Association of India, which represents the mobile operators in India. And my comments are related to the DC on net neutrality. And my comments are as follows. First of all, please, I'd like to be on record that the DC does not fully represent the perspectives of the industry, certainly from India. We have subjected the comments, and they've submitted them, and there's no result and feedback given to us as to why some of our comments were rejected. The transparency is in question, and we are adamantly not in agreement with many of the points that have been highlighted by the DC, and we don't believe that it is fully transparent. It appears to be a top-down type of a push-cram type of an exercise, and for that reason, we stand opposed to many of the elements that are enumerated in the DC. Secondly, the process is, as I indicated, requires improvement in terms of involvement of the community, all aspects of it. We are opposed to the IRS document being used, and I'm glad that that alternative has been provided. Our objections are indicated in a document that has been submitted. I'm not sure why $100,000 needed to be spent when SurveyMonkey could perhaps have done it as equally or as adequately as well.
You have 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I'll close with just this one thing, saying is that please, the IRS should not be used as an instrument for gauging consensus. Thank you.
If I can just respond to say, we didn't spend $100,000, we didn't spend any money at all. You might be confusing this methodology with the deliberative polls, although I don't know how much money was spent on that either, and I'm sure it wasn't that much.
Luca is asking for the floor.
Yeah, just if I can provide a quick reply. I think that some of the participants may be confused providing comment and having their comments considered and integrated with copying and pasting what they wish to have in the statement. For instance, I wouldn't say that the comments from the gentleman from the COAI have been ignored, and indeed one of the exceptions...
Excuse me, Luca, actually we're gathering all of the comments and questions at once, so if you could please keep your remarks...
Yes, I mean, I was concluding, saying that one of the comments that has been provided by the COAI is one of the exceptions included in the paragraph 3, so I would say that they have been ignored.
Please don't get into the details of the response now. Thank you. Olivier.
Thank you very much. Just as a matter of the process and integrating comments into the documents that have been presented, certainly with regards to the dynamic coalition on core internet values, we are gathering the comments. No work has been done yet on actually integrating those on the document, because we'd rather have all the comments in, or a large number of comments in, before starting to make amendments. And certainly we would not just be modifying the page and so on based on just the comments received. We would have those then discussed on the mailing list in order to be able to involve everyone in the coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you reply, actually this open mic session was meant to focus, to address the presentations of the dynamic coalitions we've received so far. So those in the audience, we would be grateful. I'm sure all the dynamic coalitions would be, if you care to give feedback on what has been presented yesterday and what can be found online. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up again with a comment on how we plan to use the documents and the idea rating sheets going forward, based on what you said actually, is I think from our perspective for the coalition, it would be really useful, because the ideas are actually for many people easier to digest than going through the entire document, particularly if we think of the internet governance community as all users, right, essentially. So what we will try and do over the next month is actually use our mailing list, use the platform as well as the idea rating sheet survey to see whether there is enough consensus for our work so that we can use it to sort of really shape our agenda for the year ahead. I just want to say that.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Giacomo Mazzone, European Broadcasting Union. We participate to 4 of the dynamic coalition, so we have a broad view on the various activities, and we are very happy of the work that is done there, because I think that the dynamic coalition mainly helped to focus on specific aspects. So then some of these aspects suddenly become trendy and fashionable, but the work has been done during years in which was not so trendy, not so fashionable. So it's a very important tool for the IGF and for the future of the IGF. In this sense, I think that there is a discrepancy between the way we work at the MAG on the organization of the workshop and the dynamic coalition. There is a gap, because sometimes the work that is done within the dynamic coalition and the process to assign the workshop is totally separate and split. So we have duplication, same thing coming over in various workshop, etc., etc. So I'm wondering if among the things that we add to the list, the shopping list of what we have to do, there is not the possibility to work a little bit more on that. And I'm sure that Marcus, from his wisdom, he could suggest a way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure the MAC will take note of this recommendation. Are there more comments on actually the substance of the dynamic coalitions from the audience? Otherwise, Marianne, go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much. The IRP Coalition is the guilty party for providing 21 questions. The reason being that we have seen the rating sheets as an opportunity to present what is quite dense material in another way. So I would like to applaud the IGF and also Jeremy for actually providing a multi-sided way of feedback. There is the paper form, in which case our approach is perhaps not the best, but the online rating sheets are really quite fun, and I think this is a way we can actually communicate and spread the idea of getting people to engage, at least in our material, in another format, in another kind of length, another modality. So we're certainly looking forward to the online aspect of this exercise. In turn, I think that's important to carry on. The online platform itself, for our substance of all of us, I have great respect for. I think we've got something really important there for a long-term, wider form of feedback. If you look at what the students from Syracuse are already providing, I think we can say this has been a huge success, online and offline. Thank you.
Do you want to go a bit into the substance of the feedback you've got?
It's an enormous amount of feedback from the students. First of all, from Facebook, we had some very pertinent points about phraseology, about phrasing, and we've responded. In one case, they suggested we should change a phrase to innovative business models, and in those cases we responded with the fact that the text covers that idea, and there's another section that we will take to the coalition. We're not thinking so much of rewriting the charter at the moment. I think that's something that could happen. As for the students, very briefly, their comments are very wide-ranging, but what is very striking is that they are speaking very self-consciously as the digital natives. This is our communication. This is for us. We think at our age that privacy should be respected. They have some very pertinent comments about consumer rights, about education, about cultural diversity. They are very, very concerned about their freedom of expression being constricted in many ways. But they have looked very closely at the text of the Charter, but also of other DC coalition input. Sometimes they've written essays, so I really, Jeanette, can't quite summarize it today. And some are direct interactions with the text from an editing point of view, and some are general responses, so it's a lot to take on board. It's been an extraordinarily successful exercise. Thank you. I hope that's enough for now.
Who knows? I've been wondering whether the dynamic coalitions actually would care to comment on each other, because one of the things I found striking while listening to you yesterday is that there is considerable overlap between what you are doing, sometimes reinforcing each other's messages, but sometimes also contradicting each other. So would you, as long as there are no comments from the audience, want to comment on each other?
More than a comment on each other, I think that yesterday afternoon was an excellent occasion to, for the first time, meet and understand that a lot of synergies could be created, a lot of duplications could be avoided, and a lot of work could be done together. And actually, maybe because of the proximity on this side of the table, we have already started to think about some potential actions that could develop together. So I think that regardless of the format that we will use in the next years, a meeting for dynamic coalitions coordination is essential to me.
Yes, my comment goes in the same direction. Actually, I like the idea of having a coalition of dynamic coalitions. So yesterday, as Luca mentioned, we had already some ideas of collaborations following this meeting. But I wanted also to put a plug for the work of Dynamic Coalition Net Neutrality, in the sense that they, regarding the comment that was made earlier, they did develop a code outlining the process that would need to be followed in order to have something to be considered as an output of the dynamic coalition. Not all dynamic coalition have a process enshrined in some kind of bylaws. So I'm thinking that maybe this coalition of dynamic coalition can also work together towards some kind of code of conduct that will be useful next year if you want to have something validated as an output of dynamic coalitions. Thank you.
Olivier? Oh, Avril, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to basically give some thought on this dynamic coalition of dynamic coalitions. In fact, in a sense, I think the group that we started pulling together to come up with this pilot is such a thing. And I think that it would be quite beneficial for that group in its own bottom-up way to basically start developing methodologies for defining, you know, what is an outcome that sort of, it comes out relatively uniform across. Obviously, it's something that would take greater discussion. It would take consultation perhaps with the MAG in terms of its methodologies, but I think that that is actually would be a very good outcome from this pilot exercise to look at how we go further with developing this process.
Thank you, Avril. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Miller, and I'm a MAG member, and I first wanted to just thank you all for all of the hard work that you've been doing in your respective coalitions over the years. I know you guys don't get paid to do that, and it's a heavy lift in many instances, and so thank you for that. And also thank you to Avril and Marcus for all of their work with the dynamic coalitions. I agree. I think perhaps next year or moving forward within the MAG, we can try to talk more about the process. Maybe it would even be an interesting project for future intersessional work to find a way to engage people and talk more about how we might move forward with that. So thank you very much.
Fazi?
Thank you, Farzan Abadi. And a more issue specific. So I can see that dynamic coalitions normally come up with principles and what is accepted as a principle as a whole. And I think in dynamic coalition and accountability, we are trying to come up with mechanisms and how to uphold the organizations answerable if they actually break those, if they don't uphold those principles that are being made in other dynamic coalitions. I might be wrong. You might be working on mechanisms as well, but I think the way we complement the other dynamic coalitions that work on principle is that we will look at how to enforce and uphold those principles.
Please introduce yourself again.
Maarten Botterman for Internet of Things. I very much agree with the idea of to have some format that is not only working for us, but also recognizable for other participants. One of the discussions we had in the Dynamic Coalition Internet of Things yesterday was how would it be if all these things would have different interfaces? For the same thing that one time you need to give a voice command, at a time you need to put your finger in your ear or whatever you need to do to make something to happen. And basically I can see the challenge for people at the IGF to interact with dynamic coalitions that all have their own ways. So if there's some recognizable pattern that still work for us, that would be great. That's the first thing. Second thing, yes, we are so busy doing our thing that we have too little time to listen to each other, and subjects like data and privacy are something that touches upon many of our different dynamic coalitions, and I've heard some sensible remarks about it. and it's different remarks, different discussions that are not connected. So also maybe we are able to identify a couple of issues that we need to discuss in this coalition of coalitions. So I hope this helps.
Marianne?
That's one possibility. Another possibility is also to consider dynamic coalition representation on the MAG, either as a rotational elected representatives from the DCs on the MAG, and that could integrate and communicate our work better between us. Substantively about the issue about who is doing what kind of work and where our work overlaps or resonates. I think we've already started to understand just how we work in terms of our priorities, but I would urge caution about over hasty programs of standardization. The dynamic coalitions are very diverse and their concerns are diverse and require different approaches. And some approaches require clearer forms of enforcement or mechanisms, as we call them. Other approachments are about awareness raising, about learning to understand another point of view or experience in the case of, for instance, disabilities. So I think we need to be careful about getting too standardized too quickly and move forward with the diversity. So thank you.
Thank you.
The Freedom of Expression Coalition would like to agree with that approach. I think that, as you pointed out, there are many different things that the dynamic coalitions are trying to achieve, and sometimes it's about exploring different options and understanding the issues. So the standardization is probably not the best approach, but the idea of coordinating with other dynamic coalitions we strongly support.
Thank you for all your comments. Just let me remind you that we were supposed to talk about the content produced by dynamic coalitions. And for whatever reason, IGF participants easily get worked up about process, but have problems to focus on content. So I know that you all want now to discuss the issue of standardization and minimum principles for dynamic coalitions, but I would still like you to think about the overlap, the substantial overlap between you. And I would think that if a coalition, a dynamic coalition of dynamic coalitions emerge, it should not only talk about process, but also how you take each other into account in terms of developing principles and standards. Perhaps you could sort of propose some ideas about how to go about that substantial overlap. Thank you. Who was next? Olivier and then Andrea. Okay, Andrea first, sorry.
Thank you, Olivier. Well, since we actually did produce a quote, what could be considered a standard, and I'm actually going to comment on what we presented yesterday and about the overlap. We affect everybody, so we overlap, definitely. Every single dynamic coalition has an issue where accessibility for persons with disabilities would, in fact, impact your work. Also, we do things in two areas. We deal with actual access to the internet and some of the different kinds of problems that people actually encounter in trying to use the wireless internet and different programs that exist, including platforms. Also, we find it a place to give ideas to the industry that comes here on how to better serve not only persons with disabilities, but everybody who uses the services that they provide. I mentioned yesterday about what we call conferencing tools that we use remotely, remote conferencing tools, that not one of them really satisfies the accessibility needs of the community. And what we have found is that captioning is probably the best example. They fought it like mad, like some of us are fighting dynamic coalitions, but everybody uses it. And we found that there were non-disabled, quote, to use that politically incorrect term, that we found that that was useful. So we have, in fact, written a standard. We called it the Dynamic Coalition Guidelines. But we would like to see several things with this. One, we want an output document. We want to be able to produce an output document. We do feel that the MAG should take a look at this possibility. We want something that we produce to be useful. We want the community to input on it if they don't like it, if they want to add to it. We want to be able to encourage people to come and tell us what we've done well or not well. Standardization is my bag, so I standardize everything or write in standardized language, because I think when you write a standard, then everybody knows where you are. But the IGF traditionally has not produced output documents, from my knowledge, and Marcus will correct me if I'm incorrect. And there are two camps. One, we shouldn't put them, as it should be a dialogue situation, and the other side, well, we should. We have a clear view that what we have done, whether we call it an output document, whether we call it a standard, we have a clear view. We called it guidelines to kind of be politically non-controversial, to make the IGF probably one of the more accessible units in the UN system. We want very, very much to have more input with other dynamic coalitions, but it's not the only thing we do. We want to be able to have a person on the MAG who either is a person with a disability or someone who is knowledgeable about. You want me to wind it up? Okay. She speaks sign language. I love it. Okay, we want somebody on the MAG who represents this area, and we want to be able to have more input into the policy making on how we do things to include persons with disabilities, including fellowships if that can be done. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Now Olivier, please.
Thank you very much, Janet. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking. I think that when looking at the different dynamic coalitions and their coordination, of course, it hasn't been formalized so far, but it's a mistake to think that there has been absolutely no coordination at all. I guess in the early days when the coalitions were created, there was a time when the coalitions were looking at each other and thinking, well, why is this one on and we're doing something very similar? Certainly in the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition and the Core Internet Values, there was some overlap, but very quickly, I think that with some people being in both coalitions, there was certainly some bridging of discussions, and we ended up with each coalition finding its own bed, as you would say. So the overlap was basically more of a collaboratory nature rather than an overlap being of a conflicting nature. But certainly the meeting that we had yesterday, I think, was extremely good in that we were able to have all of the coalitions in the same room. And as you know, IGF meetings are so busy and so intense, it's very difficult sometimes to get everyone in the same room. And as far as the Network Neutrality Coalition is concerned, I had a chat with Luca afterwards, and certainly I would say great aspects of their work would feed into the Core Internet Values Coalition. And I guess in the other way, there could also be some that go along over with the network, with the Internet of Things Coalition, since there are Internet values related to this. So this is, I think, the first step to then having a more formalized collaboration between the coalitions.
So perhaps one way to go forward would to ask each dynamic coalitions to sort of point out statements of other dynamic coalitions that they really fully subscribe to.
Can I first add a point excuse me?
Introduce yourself.
Yes, Marie-Laure Lumineux, Dynamic Coalition on China Online Safety. Just to echo what Olivier was saying, that in addition to us chairs sort of speaking to each other and establishing mechanisms, there are cases like Giacomo, people who are participating in different coalitions, so they're cross-feeding and sort of, so that's also to be taken into account. We, as Lucas was saying, to respond to your question, 2 points. After the session yesterday, we sort of agreed that there is a section on children's rights in the document that you've been producing in yours too, so that we would sort of work together, and the Dynamic Coalition members of the China Online Safety Coalition would review the sections that the colleagues have produced and work together.
And is there something you agree on already now?
We did agree on it yesterday after the session.
Would you want to point out what that is? I still try to sort of drag you more into substance. It's not easy.
I can't say it. I just we had a brief conversation with Luca, and he said that there is a section on children's rights. So maybe he can explain further.
Just to clarify, I'm also the co-chair of the Dynamic Coalition on Platform Responsibility, so that was referred to the Dynamic Coalition on Platform Responsibility, where there is a section on children's rights. So the proposal was to further review that section with the help of the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in order to strengthen it. And if I can also add another element, I think it would be excellent for the Dynamic Coalition on Net Neutrality to cooperate with the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values on question of end-to-end interoperability and so on, and also with the Dynamic Coalition on Internet of Things, knowing that the majority, half of the internet traffic in 10 years will be produced by things, so maybe it would be interesting to check how the traffic could be shaped with the colleagues.
Why don't you just take a few minutes, improvise 2 or 3 sentences, read them to the audience, and then we get some feedback while I hand over the microphone to the lady of the Coalition on Public Access in Libraries.
Christina de Castel from Public Access and Libraries. I do see that there were opportunities to get feedback from other dynamic coalitions on our statement, in particular in the areas of accessibility, in the areas of freedom of expression or technology infrastructure approaches. I think that to really engage, we may, with our different membership groups, we may need a point of entry. And so what I would suggest is that perhaps each of the dynamic coalitions could draft a couple of sentences.
I would like to suggest that we take the time to consider the responses and comments so far to our own work, and then a second stage would be, I don't want to make more work, I'm sorry, but a second stage ideally would be then to start to interact with each other's work. I personally did actually post some comments on other dynamic coalition outputs, because I sort of thought that's only fair, and this is a chance to do so. So we're at the start of a process where we're actually getting into the content, and I hope we can continue that and really start to substantiate things. I think cooperation needs to be cemented, but again, I would like to stress that representation on the MAG would be a very clear and coherent way to create the lateral interconnections we need at the immediate IGF. That would be my response to the gentleman who just spoke.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Bishaka from the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance, and I actually wanted to follow up on the thread about working together with other dynamic coalitions. This is something that is already on our action plan for the year ahead, simply because we too feel that gender is a cross-cutting issue, but that perhaps it's the kind of issue where there is a tendency to assume that it links more directly with certain dynamic coalitions and a tendency to assume that it's far removed from the others. So while we totally agree with many of the suggestions so far for working together and would like to do so, I think in the case of gender it will also mean perhaps slightly more intensive one-on-one interactions with some of the dynamic coalitions to understand the links without being artificial and, you know, if there's genuinely no link, there's genuinely no link. But we really want to explore some of these dimensions because we also feel, for example, if I might use the Internet of Things as an example, I think we could seriously influence our own understanding within the governance sphere and really think about like doing a paper on gender and the Internet of Things, even though it sounds totally amorphous at this moment, if you know what I mean. But that would help us take these concepts back to our own coalition so that people who are members Because there is a tendency sometimes in our coalition to avoid or not have enough information on some of the topics that are considered more technical. So that too would help us with our constituency in many different ways. So this is something that we would like to do. Going forward, there's another question that I'd like to ask all the coalitions, which is, it may sound a little odd, but because most of the conversations around internet governance have been confined to the IGF community as well as that particular website, I'm curious about whether any of the coalitions have considered taking some of these issues to wider platforms, including social media, in terms of just building a broader constituency of governance, which is not necessarily people who will come to the IGFs, but who are definitely like internet users who are concerned about these things and what people's views might be on this.
Thank you. Avri.
Thank you. First of all, that wasn't why I raised my hand, but I think that that's wonderful. I actually think many of the dynamic, because I also am on the list for many, though pretty much just a lurker on most, are already doing that outreach, and that's what we're bringing in, or what they're bringing in many cases. But I think expanding that is really quite good. I wanted to go back to the gentleman that asked for a pledge. It almost reminded me of a political campaign. But basically, I think that would be problematic in a sense, and so I'm hoping that we don't get a pledge, because one of the essential natures of the dynamic coalitions is their bottom-up nature, is the fact that people come together from these broader communities. They're not a top-down, the MAG will sort of determine. And speaking as a member of the MAG, while I hope that the MAG works with the dynamic coalitions, and I actually think having, whether it's liaison or representation or what have you, of dynamic coalitions on the MAG is a really good idea, I would think it unfortunate if the MAG somehow became a determinant of what was the one-size-fits-all that was imposed on dynamic coalitions. I think we need to integrate them more into this community, but I think we have to keep that bottom-up energy where the kind of coalition it is, the topic that it works on, the population that it's outreaching to, has a lot to do with determining how it does its work. Now, certainly at the IGF level, when we're talking about do we want to decide something is not output from the dynamic coalition, that they should do on their own, but output from the IGF, then certainly there's a certain amount of give and take between the coalition of coalitions and the MAG and the larger community. But I'd really like to avoid making the MAG a top-down determinant of how dynamic coalition should work, and asking people to sign pledges while we're still trying to form ideas would seem problematic to me.
Thank you, Avri. Cheryl?
Hi, thank you. So I just want to go take a step back. I don't know that I would consider the gentleman's comment a pledge, but earlier today I was talking with some of the youth that are here at the IGF, and they were asking me about the dynamic coalitions. And so I think from the perspective of a newcomer, and I was a newcomer, I probably still am a newcomer to the IGF, having a certain amount of process is really important, because people don't really know how they can engage and in what ways they may engage. And now there are a number of dynamic coalitions. You guys are growing. There'll probably be many more next year. And I think it is important. I agree, you don't want something that is so strict and prescriptive, but when you're working on documents and you're moving towards wanting outputs and other things, it's really hard as a new person just coming to the IGF and wanting to join a coalition to know, okay, well, first of all, what the heck is it? I mean, you all know, you guys have been steeped in this. But I just raise it from that point of view to have you guys just chew on that and think about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Martin.
Well, thank you. When I talk about standardization, I realize what my colleague said, maybe I'm more technical than others, and I'm a business economist. by the way. I talk about interaction, which is like make it easy for the outside world to understand what's going on with us. That's not determining how you manage your internal processes at all. I think it's make it easy for the outside world to connect and to be able to contribute. It's making it easier for me to find out what other dynamic coalitions are about, rather than having to dig in and do a lot of work to get what it's really about first. So that's an important plead. The second thing is that, well, I'm sorry for being 10 minutes late, but I was 10 minutes late because there was actually a workshop on Internet of Things here at this same IGF. I don't say that Dynamic Coalition should be the only one having a workshop on IoT, but I think it's good that these are also cross-informed, if not set and I'm not talking about setting the agenda, but at least ensure there's cross-information going on, also beyond the dynamic coalitions. Workshops are not supposed or not expected to work intersessional, yet they do important work too, and let's consider that too.
Thank you. Nicola? Go ahead.
I can go. Thank you. I wanted to add a further remark. This is Nicola Zingales from Platform Responsibility Coalition. In relation to the question of substantive overlap, I just wanted to mention that I think there are two dynamic coalitions which would work particularly well in synergy with our dynamic coalition. One is, again, the Internet of Things. One of our concerns with platform responsibility is to make sure that human rights are respected as we move to a more hyper-connected and increasingly automatically enforced world where rules can be already implemented by machines which are connecting to each other. So there we, in our rules, we try to preserve the autonomy of users, in particular by making sure that they are given the due process before any content removal, and that any use of their data only follows after they have given their consent, or at least they are adequately informed about the way in which data are going to be used. And with regard to the dynamic coalition on gender and internet governance, I mean, this is one of the very hot debates, I think, regarding, you know, the extent to which intermediaries, online platforms should proactively, you know, protect minorities. So to that extent, maybe it goes also to the dynamic coalition on accessibility and disability. And, you know, in this respect, I think we could work together towards some joint statement also. Of course, we can comment on each other's work, but we could also find areas where we can come up with something that has a broader legitimacy, precisely because it's joint work of multiple dynamic coalitions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that captures it quite nicely, that dynamic coalitions benefit from each other if they collaborate. Andrea?
Naturally, we would love all the dynamic coalitions to listen to us, for sure. And I want to bring something down to a practical level and how we could work. Am I not speaking properly? I always think I'm so loud, like I don't need a mic, but thank you. I want to bring it down to a practical level. How would we work together over the distance that we all live? We have a solution, and I'm going to bring it down to accessibility again. We caption conference calls. That's the easiest way we can do it. And one of the things is that, okay, we can wait to meet at IGF. We can do it by email correspondence, but that is very, very difficult unless you're disciplined and you appoint somebody specifically for that dynamic coalition to work with somebody else. That's one thing. Do you have a budget for that? We are supported by the ITU, and we have a budget for captioning. That's one thing. Second thing, the technical aspect. Internet of Things is very, very dear to us, because we need to communicate with the standardization bodies that there are problems in not including persons with disabilities, because I am technical. There are lots of other issues. You're quite correct, the speaker just before that the gender issue would be an important one, but I don't know how we can do this. If we want to work together, we have to come up with a way we do it, not just talk about it. So we have to maybe work together to find a way. And like I said, do you have a budget for captioned phone calls? Thank you.
Now it's Olivier, I think.
Thank you very much, Janet. Olivier. Is it me? Yep. Thanks. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking, Coalition on Core Internet Values. A few points. First, I'd like to support the points made by Avery on the dynamic nature and the bottom-up nature of dynamic coalitions. We have all had a different type of inception. The way that we're built is probably different, structurally wise, and so on. So trying to put a top-down standardization on the output and the organization is probably not particularly positive. Regarding the commenting on the ideas presented by each other's organizations, coalitions, I know that you'd like us to comment here, there and then. It's a bit difficult because apart from the ones that I know pretty well, having been involved with some of the work, I learned about the work of the other ones personally, so it's a little hard, and it all, after a week like this, is a bit of a haze. And it probably would be better to comment a bit later on, perhaps by...
Feel yourself challenged.
Well, I'm already challenged enough. Thirdly, I think there's also some process with regards to the actual feedback. We do have this ability to have all of the different rating sheets on the same page, but the documents to which those rating sheets are relating to are not actually linked from that page. It would help to have that, and I think at that point all of our coalition members could actually access all of the documents of all of the coalitions and then submit not only feedback on their own coalition, but feedback on all of the coalitions that are there. That would really help. And finally, just a quick point on the idea rating sheet itself. Apparently one of our members has said that when you hit return, it actually submits it. So there are some incomplete studies out there. You might wish to look at this, Jeremy. When you hit return, when you're in the text field, so it submits it without the, and if you want to go back, then it erases everything that you've written before. So that's a little bit of a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. As we only have about 15 minutes left in the session, and we really would like to have some substantive discussion, if at all possible, we're going to ask each of the dynamic coalitions to please give one sentence, one main idea of what you would like feedback on, and then if we can have any remarks from other dynamic coalitions, from the audience, to try to get the discussion really going. So I'll start with the gentleman from the Internet of Things.
The feedback I would want from the audience is what your intent is? Well, that's a very general question. What do you think of our ideas, basically? And this is why these idea rating sheets are there. Difficult to ask it for one specific subject, I would say. Read the paper, come back.
Just choose one that is really dear to your heart.
I don't think that we can actually choose one, I mean, as a coordinators, because, I mean, if we are really a bottom-up structure, we can choose one single point as we could have a favorite point, but if we have to choose a point on which we want to have feedback or an idea on which we want to cooperate, we should consult with the other dynamic coalition members before taking an initiative.
Perhaps you didn't understand. It's not about privileging one point over all others that your dynamic coalition is covering. It's about choosing one thing that you would like the participants in this room to comment on. And I cannot imagine that you need the feedback of your whole dynamic coalitions for that.
Andrea, we could please, one thing.
Right. We want to be in the MAG, and we want to influence the IGF to use our knowledge. That's my favorite thing.
Great, thank you. Child online safety.
Thank you. In the statement I read earlier, I asked a question to the audience. So I would like to again read it and ask feedback from the audience. How internet governance stakeholders should embed the issues concerning the rights of children in the digital age in internet governance policies and structures. We would very much welcome feedback from the broad community now or at a later stage. Thank you.
Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries.
So we would like feedback on the idea of using libraries where they exist to initiate access for communities that are not yet connected, as this would be a starting point in a community that isn't connected that brings the greatest access the most quickly.
Thank you very much for this one. Who's next?
Freedom of expression.
Freedom of expression.
Freedom of Expression would like to have feedback from other dynamic coalitions on how to balance freedom of expression for different populations. So from the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety, on gender, on disabilities. Again, this is also a cross-cutting issue. So when we talk about freedom of expression, whose freedom of expression and how to balance those different interests?
Very good. Rights and principles.
Two parts. One, we'd like to invite the Dynamic Coalitions, my colleagues, to interact with our content, and our promise would be, I think, to interact with your comment. To the general audience here in the room, and to those who are listening by remote participation, and to potential participants, I will read from the last part of the preamble of the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet. We bring this charter as a common standard of achievement for all stakeholders in the internet environment. Every individual and every organ of society shall act to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by local and global measures to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance. So I hereby submit the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet to be adopted as output for this session, so we can continue the conversation together, where we overlap and where we differ. Thank you.
I thought you are one. No, they're two. They're with gender, sorry.
Yeah. So the two ideas that we would really like feedback on is one, gender has always been understood to mean women. We are proposing an expansion of that category to include all genders, particularly transitioning genders. The second is, for the first time, we are proposing some sort of policy or sentence or statement or something around sexual harassment, whether we call it a friendly space policy, whether we put it in the code of conduct, whatever. That's something we would really like feedback on, because it's the first time that this idea has been proposed by the Gender DC.
I'm prepared now, Janet, if I still get a chance.
You have now prepared something. Okay. I think it was, but now it was Luca first, if I got it right, if you have the patience now.
Well, I think that two core ideas and core elements of the work that we have been developing over the past 3 years is that the net neutrality principle as a non-discriminatory principle is instrumental to foster the full enjoyment of human rights and to preserve internet openness. So I would like to have the feedback on these 2 points.
Thank you. Now, Nicola?
I was going to go with one statement only, but since everyone has 2 parts, I'm also going to expand. So the first one is really the concept of responsibility. I mentioned this in the first day, that we recognize that sometimes companies are required to comply with laws that might not comply fully with human rights standards. So to that extent, I would like to hear the feedback about the concept of legitimate law that we define, so whereby companies would only be required to comply with those laws that are a result of a democratic process and that they are not disproportionate to attain a legitimate aim. So this was the first part. And second point is actually on the idea to have users informed at all time in a clear and transparent manner about everything that the platforms are going to do with their data. So this doesn't mean necessarily consent is required for everything, but to the extent that there is a legitimate interest that platforms might want to pursue with the data of the users should at least be informed in advance of the types of categories of uses that are going to be made of their data. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicola. Now Martin.
Thank you for this opportunity. First and for all, meaningful transparency. What does it mean to you? How do we get towards meaningful transparency in a world that's increasingly digitized? And the second aspect is, how do we balance the use of data while respecting privacy? How do we make sure society can benefit from all those data out there?
Thank you. I've been informed that the Coalition on Youth would like to ask for feedback.
Hi everyone, this is Ephraim Kenyanito, and we didn't participate actively in this because we're currently undergoing restructuring. So we would like feedback on how to expertise from other coalitions on how, especially when you're doing transitioning processes, how to have a smooth transition steering committee. And apart from that, we're doing elections. We want to do elections for the new steering committee, and we would like, this is part of the revamping effort, expertise from other coalitions on especially infrastructure, how to do the online elections, and yeah, all that. So we would really appreciate the mentorship from other coalitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Olivier.
Thank you, Rachel. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking. I think there's only one point which we'd like some feedback on, and it's been a bit controversial, in that the core internet values could be deemed as unalterable core values. The word unalterable has raised some eyebrows.
Thank you. I think we've heard from Freedom of Expression has already spoken. Unless there are comments from other dynamic coalitions. I see we have one from the floor.
Rajan Matthews again from Cellular Operators Association of India. One of the areas that net neutrality needs to engage with is the governmental aspect, and we've represented this. Being subject to license and license conditions and governmental oversight, governments are not very comfortable with multi-stakeholder approaches. They don't function in that type of an environment, and I'd like to see the IGF, through its UN affiliations or others, begin to start educating governments as to how they function in a multi-stakeholder approach in terms of final laws and regulations that emerge that are enforced upon licensed operators such as ours.
Thank you. I believe Freedom of Expression wanted to make a comment.
It just another request for feedback, especially given if there's remote participation, are specific case studies to understand the dynamics of censorship and the balancing between human rights and other rights, from specific examples from as many different countries and thematic issues as possible. We'll be compiling those over the next year. And so some of these, this idea about legitimate law, I think, is something that we would be interested in talking about as well.
Thank you. If you could please, this will be our last question or comment from the floor. Please introduce yourself.
Sure, my name is Dominique Lazansky. I'm a MAG member, but I'm also, I work for the GSMA, who represents over 800 mobile operators, as well as 250 ecosystem players. In response to the net neutrality dynamic coalition, net neutrality as a term is very restrictive, emotive, quite negative, and prescriptive, as we've seen throughout all the debates here this week. However, we believe that the open internet is a better term because it actually will be more encompassing, and it actually will preserve human rights among other issues, interconnectivity, security, stability of the internet. And so both Net Mundial output as well as the Council of Europe has been using open internet, and we think that would be a better term. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last comment from Luca, and then I'm afraid we'll have to wrap up the discussion. I think yes, before it will end, we'll hand over the mic to Janis Kark. Oh, I'm sorry. No time for Luca, I'm being told.
Sorry,
Apologies for
can I exercise my right to reply?
Yes, a short reply, 30-second reply.
Yes, just to point out that both the Net Mundial statement and the Council of Europe use the net neutrality wording. So it is both in the Net Mundial statement and in the 2010 declaration of the Council of Europe. So I suggest a careful reading of the international document. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we invite Janis Karklins, who's the chair of the MAG, to give some remarks. As he's coming to the microphone, I'd just like to say that the discussion should continue. As we said, the idea rating sheets will be online, and now I think we have a good summary of what are really the key issues where dynamic coalitions are looking for feedback. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking representatives of dynamic coalitions for this exchange. Very useful. I was listening carefully because the question of how to engage and how to benefit from the wealth of experience and knowledge that dynamic coalitions accumulate in their activities intersessionally was on the agenda of discussions of the MAG, and we maybe did not have sufficient time, and we also decided not to change rules of the game during the game, but certainly I feel that there is a need to look at a question of engagement with dynamic coalitions when we hopefully start the third sort of round of IGF, if that will be decided by General Assembly, hopefully. Only element that I would like to remind ourselves that IGF is convened by the United Nations Secretary General, and the MAG is acting on behalf of Secretary General as an organization committee and reporting to Secretary General through United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, which is a focal point in UN system for organization and successful sort of functioning of multi-stakeholder discussion forum named IGF. So I can promise you, if mandate will be renewed, we will address the dynamic coalitions, the engagement question with dynamic coalitions in a very open fashion, in consultations as we usually do, because MAG as such is not parachuted from somewhere, but MAG is formed by the Secretary General based on recommendations of different stakeholder groups, and making sure that there is a proper balance of geographic representation, gender representation, and so on. And certainly everyone will be able to participate and express themselves in this discussion. What the transcripts of today's meeting will be very useful for us also to start. At the end, I would like maybe to say one word of caution and plea dynamic coalitions not to overstep the boundaries of acceptable and follow existing rules. I noticed that some are using logo of United Nations, and believe me, logo of United Nations is the use of logo of United Nations is highly regulated, and so some of us may be in breach of those regulations. So please exercise maximum care of that. I'm not saying about logo of IGF, which use of logo of IGF is not regulated, but use of logo of United Nations is highly regulated. So thank you, and thank you all for this conversation.
Thank you, Yanis. Thank you all for attending this session. I thought it was a promising start to be continued. Actually, we got more outcome out of it than I would have expected. And with these words, I hand over to our chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for a very informative session about the disease work. Thank you to the moderators and to all the dynamic coalitions who have presented. Taking just one more minute of you all, I would like to invite you to watch a video that raises awareness about the threats to Marco Civil, which is the Brazilian civil rights framework for the internet, approved in 2014. You can access it at bit.ly/SpyBill video. My sincere thanks to all of you for being here this morning, and it's now time to close the session.
Open.
It's a nice help wizard. Good morning, everyone. This is Juan Carlos Lara. I'm from Derechos Digitales, and you are welcome to the main session on human rights, access, and internet governance roundtable. With me as a co-moderator is Mrs. Henriette Esterhuisen from the Association for Progressive Communications. We want to welcome you all and start this session by introducing the host country chair for the opening remarks, Mr. Tiago Tavares from CGI-BR.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin this morning's Human Rights, Access, and Internet Governance Roundtable. I'd like to welcome you all here today, and I'm looking forward to our discussions. The Internet can be a powerful enabler of human rights. As a medium of communication, the freedoms fostered by the Internet to express ideas, connect and associate with others, and exercise our human rights, creativity, and innovation are unprecedented. These freedoms are essential elements of personal autonomy, dignity, and basic human rights. Internet access is growing steadily across the world, entrenching the Internet in every aspect of our lives. For the more than 3 billion people who have online access, the Internet directly impacts the ability to access news and information, political speech, religion and culture, markets and trade, and libraries of knowledge. It's important to sustain and grow access as even more people connect online every day, and to do so in a way that supports human rights. The IGF has become, over the years, a unique and important platform to facilitate dialogue on human rights and the interlinkages with Internet policy and governance. Each year, human rights issues have become increasingly more prominent at the IGF, with a large proportion of workshops this week, in fact, we speaking to the different dimensions. I'd now like to give you the floor to our moderators, Henriette from the Association of Progressive Communications, and Juan Carlos from Derechos Digitales. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Tiago Tavares. I will briefly introduce the format for this session. This session will be a roundtable, and we aim to have a very participatory session where we will open the floor to questions and ask our discussants on the table to discuss some of the key questions that will be provided to them, some collated through public calls within the theme of this session. The session will be split in 3 parts that we will be interrupting for comments and questions from the audience and the dynamic coalitions as well. And we will have as timekeepers Jack and Angelique, who will help us to carry this conversation in a dynamic manner. Also, we have to announce that some people will have to leave. This is the final day of the IGF, and some have important commitments. I want to start by asking one of our discussants, Mr. Frank LaRue, to give the opening remarks to start this session.
Thank you very much. The idea today is to see what are the key issues that we have seen that are specific concerns for internet and freedom of expression around the world that have come out in this IGF meeting. I find that all IGF meetings are very diverse in topics and very complicated to hone down. But in this session, we still have the diversity, but there's a couple of topics that have very clearly come out systematically, and we have seen several panels. One of them has been the issue of hate speech and prevention of hate speech, and the idea of dangerous speech. What can be dangerous speech and what can be defined as hate speech? And this is becoming very specific concern with the question of migration around the world and the hate that being thrown verbally at migrant different ethnical communities because of their difference of ethnicity, language, race, or culture in general. A corollary of this, and this I think is very important of this IGF, is the look at gender-based harassment and problems. I think APC has played a very key role in this, in raising this issue very strongly. How can we prevent the incitement to violence against women, or the harassment of women because they're journalists, or women because they're operators of justice, because they're lawyers or prosecutors, or other cases which I have heard in several panels. And this for me was a very crucial element, a very important element of this IGF. I personally believe, and this is only my position, but that when we talk about hate speech, we talk about incitement to violence, but it seems to me that the gender focus and women organizations have been successful in raising the issue that violence against women does not only mean physical violence, also means psychological violence. Consistent sexual harassment or harassment of women can actually turn them away from a career, can shut their lives, can silence journalists, or can silence women that are demanding the right to study or the right to equal access to justice in any country. In a similar case, hate speech has also been addressed from a perspective of LGTB population, and how even in some areas of the world it has become part of the political debate that has been used during electoral campaigns. So it also has a distortion of the democratic process and electoral process, where candidates use anti-LGTB population language to supposedly increase their popularity, but also to provoke discrimination, and in many cases mobs and violence against LGTB human rights defenders that have had a very brave approach in opposing this, including legislation that in some countries has been proposed and they have had to backtrack. A similar issue again, and this time we were looking at a lot of the limitations, whether they're valid or not. A similar issue has come with the prevention of national security and radicalization of youth. How can prevention of radicalization, is the term being used, be used? I think this is a legitimate concern. We had a panel yesterday, but the prevention of radicalization was expressed by many people is very much a multi-task approach. It cannot only be seen from the position of speech, can only be addressed through internet. Internet is a key element of counter speech, yes, of prevention, of positive messages, but it also has structural issues in every single country that also have to be addressed. It is a legitimate question, but it is also a temptation to look at radicalization only from the optic of communication and the use of internet, when that is not the real problem. The real problem is, who are the messengers, who are the people with credibility addressing these young people, and what are the conditions in which these young people live. And finally, let me say, is the question of, again, linked to national security, the question of surveillance and privacy, which clearly now we have a rapporteur. This is a very important development. He has come to this session with the rapporteur of freedom of expression as well. And I think this has been an excellent possibility to get to know him and to address this issue. But clearly there's a preoccupation. How fast is technology going? How can we exercise the safeguards of privacy in a world where it even seems that public opinion is willing to give away privacy to guarantee security? I personally don't think there's a contradiction, that we should fall into the idea that privacy and security are in contradiction, or that privacy, security, and freedom of expression are in contradiction. On the contrary, I think we should always maintain the idea of the complementarity of human rights. But it is an open debate just because the technology is going so fast. And here we have an element of corporate responsibility. How are corporations that handle the software of surveillance or decryption or encryption and decryption using this technology? Is there a registry of who they're selling it to? Are they selling it to rogue states, to authoritarian states? And this is one of the big concerns today. I would finish by saying that the challenge of this IGF is to look at these problems in the complementarity of freedom of expression, privacy, access to information, and the free use of a neutral internet technology in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leroux. I will now start this part of the session regarding freedom of expression, privacy and assembly by introducing our discussants. For starters, the Professor Joseph Kanatachi, UN Special Rapporteur on the right to privacy in the digital age. Ms. Bishaka Datta from Point of View, India. Mr. Pedro Les Andrade, Head of Public Policy for Latin America from Google. Mr. Niels Tenöver from the Working Party on ICANN and Human Rights, IRTF Research Group on Human Rights Protocol Considerations. Mr. Frane Merovic, who is not present at this moment. Mr. Dirk van Eekhout, I don't know if I pronounced that well. Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary for the Permanent Representative of Belgium to the Council of Europe, and Mr. Luis Fernando Garcia, the Director of R3D Mexico, the Digital Rights Defense Network. I will ask the discussants brief questions that I hope that they will be able to answer, for which they have 3 minutes. I will start with Professor Kanatachi, the Special Rapporteur, and regarding some of the remarks just made by Mr. Leroux, and what are the challenges of privacy regarding the rights of use to the internet, and what are the challenges of privacy in the current era of digital rights?
Thank you very much, and I apologize for being slightly late. I was kidnapped in the corridor 3 times in 100 meters. Very briefly, I think that in the opening comments made by Frank Leroux and also in the general theme of this session, what is most interesting is, to me, that there's life beyond privacy, and we have to get people accustomed to think in a general framework where one asks the question, why privacy, right? What is the function of privacy? What is the role of privacy? In the same way as we ask that, what is the role of freedom of expression and the freedom of assembly traditionally? And in this particular context, I think that it is important that we have a structured dialogue about another right, and that is an overreaching right which is already recognized in some countries, and that's the right to personality. Because my answer as to the reason why we have privacy is because each of us has or should have a free, unhindered right to the development of our personality. And it is in that context that privacy is essential. It's in that context that that freedom of expression is essential, and it's in that context that other fundamental rights are essential, including the right to protect our reputation. And the challenge of the internet, of course, is that it enables us to do so many new things, but it also it helps us develop our personality in many directions, but it also may provide certain risks to the development of personality by providing choke points. There are areas where the flow of information in our direction and the flow of information out of what we do may actually be impeded wittingly or unwittingly by a combination of individuals, governments and corporations. Thank you.
Co-moderator jumping in. Joe, it's a really interesting idea, and it's been interesting to hear you develop this idea. Do you feel that there are risks with strengthening and interpreting the right to personality in the context of the internet that could limit freedom of expression in the way that defamation sometimes limits freedom of expression. I don't understand that much about the right. It doesn't exist in my country, South Africa, but it seems that that could be a possible conflict.
No, actually, I think it's the contrary. I think there's a risk if you don't frame the right in that way. In fact, there are a number of countries which have integrated the right into the constitution. Germany is perhaps the leading country which has done so, but you have other countries like Romania, a number of the Nordic countries in Europe which have integrated that right. And if you, I suspect you will recognize that this is a discussion which goes far beyond the 3-minute limit, which is why I'll take the advantage of this reply to say that we're organizing what we hope will be a major meeting about precisely this subject: privacy, freedom of expression, other freedoms, defamation, reputation, protection of reputation, and we hope to organize that in October of 2016. And if anybody listening is interested, please contact me directly about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I want now to ask Mr. Pedro Les a question regarding this, and what's the role of the private companies in this area. So how can ICT companies, service providers and infrastructure providers adopt and apply stronger commitments to human rights, especially when they are in conflict with one another or perceived conflict with one another? You have 3 minutes, please.
Well, thank you. Well, you know, many times companies are put at a hard spot on deciding very complex issues related to human rights. Sometimes we do this voluntarily. Sometimes we are forced to take the role of judicial operators to decide about human rights. And this, you know, makes me think about one of the other great effects of the internet, not only that brings people together, but also multiple human rights are recognized at a different jurisdiction at the same time for a particular issue. So this has to do with this catalyzing effect that the internet has on human rights. What we are seeing now is that the analysis of human rights violation online is not only more complex, but also richer. And what we do is try to have an holistic approach when we have to deal with human rights. And this led me to highlight the importance of self-regulation when we don't have clear rules. And particularly when we need to deal with issues that, you know, you need to deal with issues immediately. So I talk about self-regulation with a little friend for our friends. And this has to do with the user, with the community. And the greatest example is YouTube. And how, because there is no one-size-fits-all solution to deal with human rights. And you always need the input of the locals, of the people that are feeling that this is harming them. So having the early warning system of the user when they flag a video that they consider that this is inappropriate and is in violation, for example, in hate speech, which is very difficult to define what is hate speech, and that varies from countries to countries and different cultures. Those users are the ones that are flagging those videos and allow us to then take a deeper analysis and help, for example, to remove some of the content. Then we also have an approach for analyzing very, very complex issues that really harm people, like what we did with revenge porn. For example, early this year we began to honor requests from people to remove nude or sexually explicit images shared with others without their consent. And this, I think, that has a very good repercussion, and a lot of people feel relieved that those images are not appearing now. And these are the kind of approaches that we are taking now. However, there are other problems. For example, when we are put on the spot to take the decision that judges or different institutions from the government should decide. For example, right to be forgotten. We don't want to be there. we don't want to be the ones decided what should be published and what not. And I think that this needs to be rethinked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. Going on with the standards that are to be upheld to safeguard human rights on the internet, I want to ask Mr. Niels ten Over if these human rights guidelines should be made obligatory for protocol and software developments even further than for private ICT companies, but speaking about the protocols of the internet as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We need to realize that technology is not neutral, and the implementation of technology is not neutral at all either. If we see the internet as an enabling environment for human rights, such as freedom of expression and freedom of association, then we need to preserve that. And that needs to happen on all levels. And for a global network such as the internet, we need a universal standard. And what could function better for this than human rights? Human rights are interrelated, interdependent, and universal. Privacy, for instance, is technically relevant for principles of non-discrimination, the right to freedom of expression, and the right to be presumed innocent. These thoughts are not new. These are thoughts were already made explicit in the WSIS process. And of course, we had the Human Rights Council resolution on the promotion and protection and enjoyment of human rights on the internet, and the resolution on the right to privacy in the digital age, and also the Net Mundial outcome document that affirms that human rights as reflected in the UDHR should underpin internet governance principles. But also the technical community has texts that support this. For instance, the Internet Standard RFC 1958, which says that the internet community believes that the goal is unfettered connectivity, the tool is the internet protocol, and the intelligence is end-to-end rather than hidden in the network. And also an organization like ICANN, in Article 4 of its Articles of Incorporations, mentions that it's committed to respect international law. And in the current transition process, it seems quite likely that an explicit human rights commitment will be added to ICANN's bylaws. So we seem to have agreement for quite a while there now. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's about procedures, standards, and processes for application and remediation. And that's what we're working on in ICANN and the IETF. But eventually, all bodies in the management of the internet should make the issues and procedures explicit. You can think of also the regional internet registries, the internet exchange points, the internet service providers, and hosting providers. How we are designing our public spaces says a lot about our societies. Do we have broad sidewalks? Are the sidewalks accessible for wheelchairs? The same is the case with technology. Does the technology allow for censorship? Does the technology allow for accessibility and internationalization? We need to decide, demand, and make explicit what we want the internet to look like and how we get there. It's really time to move from policy to practice.
Thank you, Mr. ten Over. Now I want to jump from this development of technical and industry standards to how they apply to what has been mentioned by Mr. Leroux and by Mr. Kenatachi about this life and the right to develop one's own personality. I want to ask Ms. Bishaka Data regarding this. I want to ask her specifically, how do freedom of expression and privacy, how do they interact in the sphere of digital economy and digital interaction?
Forgot about that. Okay, so I want to start by saying, what do we talk about when we talk about online freedom of expression? We tend to talk about politics, we tend to talk about religion, we tend to talk about protecting political, religious dissent and journalistic speech under threat, and that is how we have come to understand freedom of expression over time. Conversely, what do we not talk about when we talk about freedom of expression? We don't talk about sexual expression, either because we don't see or understand this as expression, or because we don't see this as legitimate expression, even though this too is under threat online. It's vital to note that the internet has emerged as the space for sexual expression, be it providing information, sexual education, for personal exploration, or for claiming sexual rights, so much so that 98% of activists in one survey said that the internet is an important public sphere for advancing rights in the sexuality domain. And that's advancing rights for a wide range of individuals, cutting across class, income, language, and other access divides, including migrant workers, people with disabilities, LGBT individuals, etc. Now, at the same time, 51% of those in the same survey said they had experienced violent or threatening messages, intimidation, and censorship. And that's just not from the state, that's also from what we call non-state actors in human rights language. That's having images and information removed from social media platforms, which is a form of private censorship. That's having private information and private intimate images made public without consent, neither by the state nor by private platforms, but by other individuals using these platforms. So I guess when we think about the intersections between freedom of expression, privacy, etc., we need to ask a few questions. How can we uphold the right to all forms of expression, including those that are stigmatized? How can we ensure that the expression of one user does not silence that of another? That privacy and anonymity that are critical for all expression, but particularly sexual expression, are upheld not just by the state and private platforms, but by other users? How can we use consent as a standard to distinguish between sexual expression that is consensual and that which is not? And how can we bring in an ethics of online consent that allows all our expressions, including sexual expression, to flower?
Thank you. Continuing with that and the danger that one silences the other under the perception that there might be some source of not legitimate expression, I want to ask Mr. Frane Merovic, Director of the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. We welcome him back to this panel. And I want to ask him about the communities at risk and how the right to freedom of expression can be balanced with their rights to dignity, to physical integrity, and to privacy.
Thank you very much. As the name of the organization says, it's Security for Cooperation, Security and Cooperation. So we deal with freedom of expression as an element and a component of security, because when there is no freedom of expression, when there is no human rights, there is no security, and vice versa. There can be no security without full respect for human rights. So that's one of our main points of a starting point. When we look at freedom of expression and online, I would first tackle the point that you made about the balance. I think balance is quite often a wrong term to be used because it implies some kind of compromise needs to be reached. I think all the basic and fundamental human rights need to be fully respected. It's not about balancing one against each other. They're all as important, as equal. And that's why freedom of expression, the part that I work on, is, I consider, very much important. And we also need to stop looking at social media and new online media as anything particularly new. I mean, these areas have been around now for, I would say, decades, and they've become, as it's already been pointed out, the most dominant platform for us to have access, but also to impart and depart information. So it's essential to keep them all free and independent. As the name of my office suggests, we deal with media freedom and freedom of the journalists. So open journalism or citizen journalism is a growing trend, and it has brought more people into the profession. It has brought many more people into the context of freedom of the media and freedom of expression. As Frank LaRue very eloquently pointed out, it also brings with it new challenges and new problems that have to be dealt with. But we in a way have tools from our offline world to deal with our online challenges as well. Issues such as hate speech, issues such as violence, issues such as threats to violence, they are not particularly new. Attacks against minority, none of this is new. It's just taking a place on a different place and a different platform. So what we are looking at in terms of our issues, I think it's important safety safety of people who are expressing themselves online is a major issue, and it's been pointed out in this conference many times. Safety of female journalists is particularly different and particularly challenging in comparison to the main counterparts, and that's something our office is dealing with, and that's something that needs to be tackled with in a multi-stakeholder environment. And another important point that needs to be made is that we need more education on how to use these new platforms, how to adapt. What are the codes of behaviors on this new platform, not just for journalists, but for everybody? Can we behave on them the same way as we behave in a street, in a normal discussion, or does somehow this appearance of virtuality, of anonymity, give people an idea that they can behave inappropriately and be rude? So those are, I would say, the main points that need to be considered.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the room if Mr. Dick Van Eekhout is here around. One of our missing panelists. Apparently not. Then I want to finish this round of questions asking Mr. Luis Fernando Garcia. Under this discussion, considering all the different issues that have been raised and all the others that have been raised in all of the IGF regarding the internet and freedom of expression and freedom of assembly and privacy, and considering also that Mexico is very likely the next host for the IGF meeting, I want to ask you, what are the key human rights issues that you think we need to pay attention to going to that meeting?
Thank you. As Mr. Neal said, I think there's a consensus that human rights is a framework that should guide our discussions with regard to the internet. However, rights we have, but rights are violated systematically. Often we're told that some rights, for example, the right of privacy is dead. It's not dead. We have the right that we have, but it's violated systematically. And it's been denied systematically by several agendas. For example, one of them is the cybersecurity agenda that has been developing outside of the human rights framework, and that is now knocking our doors, for example, in Mexico, in the form of cybercrime legislation that would literally make you a criminal for using a computer and give great discretion to authorities to punish dissent. It's also important to take into account the context in which the internet is being used. In the case of Mexico, it's a country in which the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, the Special Rapporteur on Torture, and other special procedures of the United Nations have characterized as a country that is going through grave and serious human rights crisis, characterized by forced disappearances, torture, extrajudicial killings, and that this is affecting particularly certain groups such as journalists and human rights defenders. So when some agendas such as the one of cybersecurity tries to put privacy or encryption in contrast with security, what I would like to tell them is that in my country, the line between the government and organized crime is often non-existent, or at the very best blurry. So when, in my context, privacy and encryption for journalists, for human rights defenders is security from the aggressions of the state and non-state actors as well. In the case of Mexico as well, I just want to mention that several surveillance provisions have been adopted that affect the exercise of rights on the internet. Mexico became inspired by the Data Retention Directive of Europe and implemented it in our legislation. It became uninspired to remove it after the Tribunal of the European Union declared it invalid, and we're challenging it in court, but it's not happening. Lack of safeguards is a problem, especially in the context that I'm describing. And often we don't know which authorities can practice surveillance on people, and no judicial warrant is required for many surveillance provisions. Mexico, for example, we need to remember that it's the biggest purchaser of the Italian malware company Hacking Team. I'm just demonstrating in a session earlier how it's not hypothetical that this surveillance can or will be used against human rights defenders or political dissidents, but that in fact it's something that we can prove out of the leak of the documents of Hacking Team. And there are other parts and other discussions. We're here discussing this, but in other forums, the discussion is not happening, such as the trade negotiations of the TPP, which are happening outside of here and determine how we exercise our rights. Finally, with no accountability here either. There's no representative from the Mexican government here, just a delegation of 2 people. In the session that they held yesterday, there was not even a space for questions. And we need and we want as civil society to discuss these issues with Mexico, but they need to show up to discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Before we open the floor to the questions, I want to ask all of our panelists, both from this part of the session and all others that surround us in this table, to ask one another questions regarding what we've just discussed on privacy, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly. Feel free to take the mic and ask a question to one of your fellow panelists.
Thank you very much, Guilherme Canella from UNESCO. More than a question, it's a suggestion that how we can integrate these discussions to the broader international and regional human rights systems, because we have the governing bodies of the other conventions, the Child's Convention, the Women's Convention, the Racist Convention, the People with Disabilities Convention, and how we should maintain those governing bodies also informed, and all of us also take serious advantage of the Universal Periodical Review of our countries to inform on violations and also on good practices related to the protection of freedom of expression, privacy, safety of journalists and other human rights defenders related to internet. So again, make this underlining that if we want to have this broader perspective of human rights in using the universal system, but also the regional systems, the Inter-American Commission, the African Court, and keeping them in the loop of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Any of our discussants wants to respond?
Okay. So I'd like to put the question to those of you who are, Kathy Brown, who are thinking about this every day. The cross-border nature of the internet allows speech to go from one place to another in ways that, of course, involve some cultural norms, some cultural taboos, political issues that exist off the net, but which seem more and more, to my great discomfort, to affect and chill speech by individuals. The very nature of the internet, however, has no border, and human beings have come to be able to discuss issues of human concern across borders in ways that may affect their political standing, their standing in the community. They may be quite innocent in the view of them in terms of their expression. I am very interested in how you all are thinking about this issue as we in the Internet Society actually push the very cross-border nature of the technology.
Thanks, Kathy. That was Kathy Brown from ISOC. And before the other panelists respond, and I see Rowan has a question too, just a follow-up question to that, because, and picking up on what Guilherme was saying about regional and international mechanisms, because on the one hand there's that cross-border nature, but then on the other hand there's remedy. How do you seek remedy if you don't do that using the existing framework of national human rights instruments, then going up to the regional level and then into the international level? So is that something, we often talk about how rights apply cross jurisdiction, we rarely talk about how remedy can be provided. So maybe respond to that too, but let's have, I think Ron wanted to ask something too.
Thank you. As I was preparing preparing for this session, I was going through the International Convention on Human and Political Rights, Civil and Political Rights. And in particular, when it comes to a positive approach to against discrimination by governments, what that normally requires is the collection of very detailed demographic information so that particular actions that are against discrimination can be targeted properly. So, for example, I have been asked about the caste composition of my board members by a funding organization, which I was appalled by, because in my country we don't count these things, we don't collect information of this nature. So I was wondering how issues like positive approaches to eliminating discrimination, are they not contradictory to some of the privacy concerns, particularly in light of our Mexican colleagues' important point that governments are not benign, that governments can be quite malevolent in regard to the rights of citizens? And should we be encouraging governments to collect more and more information?
Now, I think that we need to act upon principles and the right for non-discrimination. And I think what it practically would mean that a strong anonymity, privacy, pseudonymity, and content agnosticism would be enforced on the network, which means we need to go back to the principle that all packets are equal and should be treated equal, which means that net neutrality and content agnosticism should be standard basis, because if we start by differentiating networks, if we start by differentiating websites, if we start by differentiating protocols, then we need to look at the packets, the headers, and eventually at the content. All these rights are connected, so the only way to preserve this is protect rights strongly on a technical level, and it can only be done by doing strong privacy, strong security, and having a very strong definition of network neutrality and content agnosticism.
Thank you. I know that many want to respond, but I first want to ask our newly returning member of the panel, Mr. Dirk van Eekhout, don't know if I pronounced that right, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Permanent Representative of Belgium to the Council of Europe. What are the key issues around surveillance privacy that the Council of Europe is considering on, and what are the approaches that you are considering?
Thank you very much to give me the opportunity to underline the work that's happening at the Council of Europe. Council of Europe being a pan-European organization of 47 countries. We were talking about enforcement being the issue on certain fundamental rights. Well, those 47 countries signed up to something. They signed up to the convention, European Convention of Human Rights, and they have a very strong judge. They have the court that will create a case law on certain infringements of certain rights that serves not only because, of course, the question of enforcement is at hand, but also will be orientation of what we understand regarding freedom of expression and privacy. So why are governments interested? Why should they be interested? Well, for those 47, the answer is simple. It's their obligation. They have to. And why? Well, the state should protect its citizens offline, and as a continuation of it, also online, because we spend more and more time online, and we are more and more interconnected. So that's one thing. Another thing I would like to say, you have in that area of 47 a watchdog with a stick. But that's the end of the process. Enforcement, infringement, remedies. But there's also at the start a very important process, and this is also what's happening here. It's influencing at the start, so that companies, techies, so that academia governments and civil society can take these discussions into account from the onset while developing their business model, while thinking about the new infrastructure, where the default option is protecting rights. The Guide to Human Rights for Internet Users is, I think, the most wonderful product the Council of Europe did in this prevention area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to give 2 more opportunities. Please be brief, 1 minute each. First, Ms. Bishakatata.
I want to try and answer your question. What's really interesting is that if you look at political and, religious, the sort of typical speech that is considered legitimate and protected as free expression, you'll find a lot of cultural relativism among countries, right? But if you look at sexual speech and expression, there's actually very little variation because most countries tend to see this as illegitimate. So what I wanted to say is that for this speech to also be protected and to get human rights claims, we need the freedom of expression community to back this. We need organizations like the UN Human Rights Council, which passed very progressive resolutions on sexual orientation and gender identity, to understand the relationship between sexual speech and expression and these kinds of things. And we really, the time has come for this to be made explicitly a part of freedom of expression, for it to be protected.
Thank you. Mr. Franemarovic.
Yes, I also wanted to address some of the issue with regards to how to ensure freedoms, but also how to regulate these things. I mean, it was mentioned already, there are various instruments like the European Court of Human Rights, supranationals, but at the end of the day, most of these things have to be on a national level because it's the countries that make the laws and have to enforce them. But what the international organizations, such as the one I work for, do is also put pressure on the countries when they don't abide by their freedom of expression commitments. You have to act when there are such cases, not just observe. So there has to be action both on a national level in action and on an international level in terms of supervising and ensuring that the nations abide by the rules they have voluntarily agreed to themselves.
I just asked my co-moderator to give me a chance to say something too. I think absolutely, but I think something that I've been really impressed by at this IGF is how the community is developing new instruments for accountability. We had the Ranking Digital Rights research, for example, instruments that make the private sector more accountable, that provide states with data which the states can then use to hold private sector more accountable, and vice versa. Also data about violations committed by governments. So I think that's something, and I really, having been part of the IGF from the beginning, I think that is a product of this community, that we're not just relying on those traditional mechanisms which don't work very well in the offline world either, and enriching them with new tools, new instruments, and new activism as well.
Thank you. I want to open now the opportunity. What? Was I interrupted? Yes. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would like to reinforce what Henriette said, because I think we really need to watch out by putting the responsibility to protect human rights only on the shoulders of the governments. The UN General Assembly has said that human rights online should be protected at offline, but instead of cyber defense and cyber proliferation, we see all the countries work on cyber offense and legalizing what has been revealed by Edward Snowden. We've seen much more invasive surveillance laws, and we do not see a stronger protection of human rights. So I really believe that we should focus and strengthen the multi-stakeholder model there, and focus also on the responsibility to respect human rights by businesses, operators, and the people that are actually running the internet. Because putting it in the hands of the governments might not give us the area and the rights-enabling space that we're so direly looking for.
Thank you. I want now to ask the Dynamic Coalition of Freedom of Expression and Media on the Internet Ms. Carmen Turk is present in this room to please be very brief and give a 1-minute comment to the discussants. Okay, not present. Ms. Mary Lore from the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety. 1 minute, please.
I'm not Marie-Laure Lemineux, but I speak on behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety. And the position of the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety is that children have the same rights as any other group in society, but due to their vulnerability, there are certain rights given to them, especially to this group. And we do not think that freedom of expression and the protection of children are in contradiction, but we see the need to balance the right to freedom of expression with the rights to children's privacy and the right of children to their physical integrity. And therefore we should also not think of children as a minority group. Recent research shows that soon to come 1 in 3 internet users worldwide are children, and when it comes to developing countries, it's 1 in 2 internet users. So just let us not think of children as a minority, but a very important group that has the same rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, I want to ask Ms. Andrea Sachs from the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disabilities, who has sadly to leave, to give us a comment in 1 minute, please.
I would just like to raise the profile of the abuse and discrimination that occurs for persons with disabilities when some of their private details are exposed, such as in employment, and even in other areas in countries where it is not well understood that they have rights, are even killed. So it's a very important issue, and that's all I want to just bring it to the attention of this group to take those people into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want now to open the floor to discussion by questions from the audience. If you want to ask any of the panelists, please come to the microphones and speak. You have 1 minute, please.
Hello, good morning to all. It's not so much a question as an announcement. We have, during the IGF, started a working group to study internet anonymity on Brazil and to discuss the right to anonymity, among others. I will be tweeting the link to the group during this panel, and I'll be later here, accepting anyone who wants to take part in this group. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, please.
Hello, I'm the spokesperson of the Italian Parliament, and I would like to bring here to the attention that on day 0 we brought and we presented the Declaration of the Internet Rights from the Italian Parliament after a year of public consultation in Italy, and it was the first time the Italian Parliament did this, a public consultation on a public platform. The Declaration of Internet Rights was something that came out of a discussion on all the rights that need to be considered. It came out after 10 years of discussing on internet rights, and it regards all the rights from the protection and recognition of all rights from other declarations to the right to internet access, the right to online knowledge and education, the right to net neutrality, protection of personal data, the right to privacy, the right to protection of anonymity, the right to be forgotten, which has to be balanced with the right to be informed, the right and safeguards of people platforms, network security, and internet governance. It's on the declaration is also in English and also in Portuguese and in Spanish. It's on the website of camera.it, and we are hoping that this will contribute to all the other internet bills of rights that are being made into the Magna Carta that Tim Berners-Lee is trying to draft. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now close the floor after the next 4 questions. Please be brief.
Yes, Steve Zeltzer from LaborNet and LaborTech.net. We're part of APC.
We're greatly concerned about the role of these trade agreements, such as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which include codification of all kinds of issues around freedom of expression, democratic rights, the right of press and journalists and others. And the danger is that these smaller countries have very little say really in what goes into these agreements, even though they're part of the negotiations. It's big countries and particularly big corporations who have a vested interest. Google, Facebook, major corporations, these are the countries really that are driving this implementation of this language in these trade agreements. And if this passes, the TPP, this will affect the entire world communication network. So I think that has to be addressed and looked at seriously, because there is really no debate and discussion in the process of what will happen to democracy and freedom of the internet when these things pass, because basically it'll be a done deal. So I think this has to be looked at, how we're going to stop this and how we're going to challenge the whole validity really of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Marcos Drupá. I'm the editor of the Civil Society of Brazil. Well, the point important in my opinion for the discuss is how the big corporation manages the infrastructure. Our data, our information, personal transition in the infrastructures, discuss human rights without this point made the debate is impaired. My question is, how you think about this? Because discuss human rights without discuss the management of the infrastructures is dangerous. The infrastructure are in the big hands of big corporations. Is very, very dangerous, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Over there.
Hi, good morning. I would like just to reinforce and restrain the problem with the intermediaries in this field. News already touched a little bit this, but in one hand, we have some states giving up of their roles and letting the intermediaries and the platforms to deal with that. But in the other hand, even we have many examples and many cases of platforms that said that some hate speech or some human rights violations do not go against their principles, so they let this content online all the time. So how can we deal with that and try to prevent some human rights violation to continue? So I think we should put a little bit more strength in the roles of the intermediaries in this process.
Thank you. One last comment or question, please.
Yeah, many thanks. My name is Oreste Policino. I teach media law and human rights and internet in Bocconi University, Italy. I really enjoyed all the week in IGF, but I will have a suggestion for the next edition. I think that it's important to reinforce the legal background of many debates, because it's very interesting to
on encryption and give protection to their users. Encryption, as it was stated by many rapporteurs, is one of the key tools for data protection and protection of privacy. We are facing a lot of pressure sometimes from not only from government but also from other corporations when we try to encrypt traffic, because it's made very difficult to do massive surveillance if we encrypt traffic. We really need the help of the rest of the stakeholders to keep doing this, and also from other corporations, like we see telecommunication companies that are investing a lot of money in deep packet inspection, and this also has a great impact on privacy. In terms of the intermediary liability question, I think that is not put more burden in intermediaries. It's quite the opposite. What we need to avoid is censorship by proxy. And this is what happened, and I'm using a phrase that I heard from a colleague in a panel, that is Mishi, that I think that is a great phrase. And it was stated in the Joint Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Human Rights that protecting the intermediaries to avoid indirect censorship is key also. But of course, we need to be accountable, and we need to also work in self-regulation to avoid the problems that has been manifested. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Luis Fernando Garcia.
I would just want to mention that international human rights law is law, and in my legal tradition of my country and my region is binding and self-executing. So we also need to discuss about that. And I think we should need and should be able to discuss what courts do and do badly. And particularly this year, Europe just emerged with lots of very bad decisions, such as the Delphi case, which makes web pages liable for everything that the users do, or the Right to Be Forgotten case, Costeja, which many of us criticize very heavily. And we also need to take into account that you cannot impose those balancing that you make in some regions and impose them on other regions. So we need to take the universal character of human rights and of the internet as well in these discussions. And we all have to be technical, and I agree. We need to look at the internet and the access to internet as a human right, because it facilitates exercise of many other rights. And in this regard, the states have obligations to respect, to protect, which means that they need to impede that companies and intermediaries also violate rights of users, and they need to fulfill this right by guaranteeing that access to the internet and to many people. And I think just my final comment is courts, these discussions and many other things are just being bypassed by trade agreement discussions that put trade investment rights over human rights. And I think this is something that we cannot allow, or everything that we're talking about here is, even including and particularly court decisions, it's just irrelevant.
Thank you. Two more responses. First, Mr. Franemarich.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. One quick one is, again, a call, please don't balance fundamental rights, just respect them regardless. Second point on the role of intermediaries, companies have a corporate social responsibility maybe to abide by human rights, but they don't have an obligation such as states. States have an obligation under international human rights law to respect that. And that's why I have a serious problem about giving this responsibility to implement human rights law and principles to intermediaries, such as the case of the right to be the indexed, as it is. It's known as right to be forgotten. It's not their job, it's not their role to do this. It's the state's responsibilities that have signed up to international human rights law.
Thank you. Ms. Bishakatata.
Yeah, very quickly, just about intermediary liability. I think from the perspective of users, the conversation is really one about platform responsibility. And I want to agree with the speaker who just talked about the difficulties that users actually face. So two things. One is, I think, if intermediaries took sort of a consumer perspective and understood that a happy, satisfied customer is a loyal customer, that makes sense. I think it is very complicated because we want to avoid private censorship on the one hand, so we don't want to strengthen the sort of sensorial facilities by private intermediaries, but there are clear violations where the intermediary must be able to observe human rights standards and take down that content. And the final thing is the black box of community standards needs to be made a little more transparent.
Thank you. We'll now start the second part of this main session on access, human rights and development, but not before giving a round of applause to our discussants. This is a discussion that will continue, definitely.
Thanks, and thanks, Juan Carlos. So the Chilean lawyer is handing over the moderation to the South African civil society activist, and I do first names. I don't do Mr., Mrs. So I'm just warning everyone, that's our culture, so no disrespect intended. Thanks very much, Juan Carlos, and thanks very much, everyone else. We structured this session to focus on freedom of expression and then on access, human rights, and development. But as we've already seen, it's very hard to separate them, and which is why I don't want the first lot of discussants to leave yet. But I think, as has been said by some of the questions from the floor, there is a risk risk at just staying at the level of general principles. And one of the things that I think needs to be done is framing access in the way that we're trying to frame freedom of expression more specifically through the experience of certain communities, people with disability, through sexual rights. I think access to needs a deeper framing. And to start us on that, I'm actually asking Juan Carlos if he can just share some of the analysis he's been working on to frame access in a more specific way, which then can allow us to integrate it in rights frameworks.
Yes. So the work that we've been carrying out between Derechos Digitales and APC has been focusing in parts of the issue of access as parts of the realization of human rights, not just civil and political rights, not just considering privacy and freedom of expression, but also to go further into economic, social, and cultural rights. And for this, access to the internet is paramount to those who want to include this kind of interaction to the exercise of their rights. But what we've seen, though, is that access to the internet, while it might help the development and might help into the exercise of these rights, it's still something that is not being exactly given to all around the world in similar conditions. Linkage between human rights and the internet has been a growing part of the conversation of internet governance spaces such as this in all of its layers, as we mentioned in the first panel, considering the ICT industries, considering also the protocols and also the practices of the many parts of the digital interaction. But in this IGF in particular, we've seen the discussion on zero rating and net neutrality with different views on the value of certain schemes towards access to the internet or to certain services, and whether the discussion whether a little access now is better than full access, maybe never. But similar conclusions regarding the value of the full internet, its power, and especially its potential. But it's another question whether a true access to the internet effectively can help these development goals in the long term, apart from the key examples that we might find in different places of the world. So it's an open question then how effectively this access can be provided where there are also social and cultural norms that may act as barriers to equal access or to the full enjoyment of the internet as a tool for human rights. The following discussions will try to delve into those issues.
Thanks very much, Juan Carlos. Kathy, I know you have to leave, so I want to ask you first. ISOC has been a champion of access in many ways for many years. From the technical community perspective, or ISOC's perspective, how do you feel access policies and technology development can combine to integrate human rights principles?
Thank you, Henriette. I'm very, very pleased that we're having the conversation about access within the human rights conversation, because where else would it be? It seems to me, as we've been saying all week, that the two imperatives for us in the internet age right now in the 21st century is to connect the unconnected and to ensure that we have trust on the internet. The last conversation, the hour conversation, in my mind, went right to this issue of trust. So let me talk for my 1 minute on this notion of access. If you don't have the infrastructure, if there is no infrastructure, you do not have access by definition. And we have right now half the world, barely half the world, who have access, and the other half not. So let's start with the fundamentals. We cannot have a world in which half the world is not connected to what has really become the central nervous system of the world's economies. And we know that as this technology evolves, that the internet is also going to be the marketplace, the service delivery network, and also the means by which people are able to get the things that before perhaps were available offline but have more increasingly become only available online. Let me give you an example of that. There are payments made by governments, for instance, that are very much what people live on, where in some countries right now the only way you can access it is online. It has moved that far. So now let's think about the development challenges with respect to what happens when we all become first online, and then secondly, what has to be thought of, this to the point of let's think about access is a very new thing. This is not just to get on and play games. It is actually going to be for the delivery of services, for the development of a marketplace in the developing world, as well as in mature markets where it already has happened. So we have to take these things into consideration as we think about development principles, policies, and deployment. Trust. If we do not trust this tool that we have, if we do not think that our own data, identity, personality is protected in a way that we feel free to use it, we also self-decide not to get on it, or we have governments decide we don't trust it enough, we have another denial of access. And thus this idea about ensuring ways, mechanisms to ensure trust, to restore trust in some ways, is hugely important. One without the other cannot be done. So I think as we think about the technology solutions with respect to how the technology is deployed, where it is deployed, what kind of technology ensures the protection of the users, encryption, for instance, and other technologies that are in the hands of the users, this is going to be part, I think, of the policy of connecting the unconnected. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kathy. I see people around the table agitating to speak, dynamic coalitions. Do any of you need to leave, or are you able to be here still? Good. Okay. Marianne, I'm looking at the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. Do you need to leave, or can you? No. Okay, good. Thanks a lot. So I think picking up on that, I'd like to actually, Ebele, I'll go next to you. I actually wanted to ask Ron to go next. So Ron Samarajiva from Learn Asia. I mean, picking up on what Kathy was saying, and about what Carlos was saying about little access now versus full access never. And the fact that zero rating or free basics, these services have been discussed here at length. What do you feel? What is your view? And as somebody who's been working in access policy for a long time, how would you like to see access from a rights perspective integrated into that regulatory access policy context?
I believe that zero rating has been unfairly sucking up all attention at this event. It has been talked to death, and I have no intention of talking more about it. What is important to remember is that without infrastructure, there is no access. For the last 20 years, I have been involved both as within government, conceptualizing and implementing government policy, and also as a researcher and a policy advocate from outside government, working with multiple governments in the Asian region in improving access. And we have had great success with improving access with regard to voice telephony. It has been, I would say, one of the greatest public policy success stories in the world. And now we have before us the challenge of connecting people to the internet. And I think it will be very important to look back at the lessons that we can learn from the past. From a situation where governments sought to engage in a positive rights approach, which would require targeted interventions by government, which should require collection of information about people, it pulled back to a regulatory role and allowed for decentralized solutions, both by the private sector and by the end users. So just to give an example, prepaid was not a solution that somebody from government or from the private sector came up with. It was innovation at the level of the public.
So in this, this was not clearly a positive rights approach. And whatever positive rights approaches that were adopted by the government, for example, with universal service funds, they have been extraordinary failures. Throughout the world, the record is very clear that most of the universal service funds have either not succeeded in dispersing funds, or when dispersing, they were not dispersed in the most effective manner. So I would like to then point to the opportunities that are posed by a negative rights approach, where we allow the different actors to do what they want, but when there are problems, we intervene. So just to give an example, in both Pakistan and Bangladesh, the design of community access centers for the delivery of government services was changed when we, among others, pointed out that the cultural mores of these places would not be conducive to women using these centers unless certain design modifications were done, and thankfully the governments did that. So I think that even with regard to the internet access, the challenge that faces us, we should place less reliance on a positive rights approach and more reliance on decentralized solutions and negative rights approaches. Thank you.
Thanks, Royal. And panelists, if any of you want to respond to one another, then just wave your hand. But now, picking up exactly on that, I'm going to ask Ebele Okobi from Facebook to talk about, well, is it a positive or a negative rights approach, but to talk about efforts to connect women, but to connect women in a way that is actually empowering and not just adding numbers to the goal of connecting the next billion.
Thanks. So we all know that access to the internet enables the exercise of virtually all of the rights guaranteed by the UDHR. We also know, however, that everywhere in the world, not just in emerging markets, when something is scarce or when it's associated with power, women and ethnic, cultural, sexual, and other minorities are disadvantaged when it comes to access. And that's exactly the same when it comes to ICT, whether you're talking about women in tech leadership or in the US and Europe, or the gender gap in mobile phone ownership across Africa. We know that increased access conveys tremendous benefits. Of course, the most important benefit is pure equity. I have to say that I get rather weary of conversations where women and other minorities are asked, or women and actual minorities, are asked to provide justifications for getting their equal share of opportunity. It's kind of like being asked to justify why women should have equal access to air. That said, we know that having women as creators and decision makers in tech lead to better products. We also know that increased access to technology makes women safer. It makes them more independent, better able to unlock economic opportunities, more connected to friends and family, which are really important, particularly across diasporas. We also know that access enables women and other marginalized groups to make their voices heard. Technology is absolutely a platform that gives voice to the voiceless. Those of us here know the kinds of stories that are often told about what I like to call the country of Africa. In general, aside from maybe one story per year, it's always called Africa Rising, they're also about disaster, disease, catastrophe, and African women as victims needing to be rescued. One of my favorite authors, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, did a talk called The Danger of the Single Story. There's so much truth and beauty in the speech, but one of the best is that Africa is a continent where there are catastrophes, yes, but there are also other stories, and it's just as important to tell those stories. That's the thing that technology does that I think is really powerful, that it enables people to tell their own stories. The danger of the single story about the country of Africa goes beyond bad press, has a direct impact on economies, on tourism, on investment, on countless business and policy decisions that directly affect our futures. Given all of the above, there are a few recommendations for ICT policies that actually enables this kind of speech and actually enables equal access. One is that national ICT plans should move from rhetoric to concrete, measurable targets that are backed by specific programs, resources, and tracked by data. Government should provide low-cost, free public internet access, and they should ensure that those spaces are places that can be safely accessed by women. We know that many public internet spaces that are provided are often unsafe for women. That's one of the reasons why we're partnering with local ISPs and community networks across Africa to offer express Wi-Fi. Government should also make information about women's legal rights rights and women's health care available on the internet. And that's one of the reasons that type of content is included in Free Basics. And government, civil society, and companies should also work together to address online violence against women. This is why we are working with women's groups on identifying ways to make our platforms safer. In Africa, we are also at the very early stages of looking at initiatives that look at the ways that men can change their behavior. One of the things that strikes me about the conversation about online violence against women is that it tracks exactly the conversation about offline violence against women and makes women responsible for their own safety. And I think it's important for us to think about ways that men can change the environment so that women can express their rights to free expression. And I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Ebele. And Olga, I'm now going to ask you to respond to some of the points that Ebele made, speaking from a government perspective. Olga Cavalli from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I want you to also pick up on something Kathy said earlier about how many public services are now available only online. So does that also create exclusions? Is that perhaps an example where the internet can enable rights but also deprive those of that without access to rights that they might have had access to? But I think particularly, Ebele's point about public access, safe access. Have you got experience in Argentina to share with that regard, in that regard?
Thank you, Henriette, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to be with this distinguished colleagues here. My comments will be I work with the government, but I'm also a university teacher and an activist towards the gender balance and women accessing their rights, especially in the online world. So I would like to share with you a positive perspective, and especially taken from the words made by Professor Frank LaRue, that this IGF has had a special focus on gender equality and gender balance, and also our colleague from Facebook. Thank you for your comments. I will build up from there, and I would like to focus on 3 items: access to information, access to online tools, and access to education as relevant elements for women exercising their rights. Access to information. I think that information gathered together, data collected, with all these fantastic services that we have, it's a fantastic source of information for governments. Now we had very recently in Argentina, we had a very strong public, when people go to the street all together, how do you say that in English? Demonstration, not a protest, an explicit desire of going against violence against women. So now there is all these new ideas for laws and regulations and rules. So this is happening not only in Argentina but in other countries in the world. So that gathered information could be fantastic a source of data to know what to do, how to address those norms and regulations. And also by governments and other stakeholders like civil society or companies that could use that. Access to online tools. I am positive in imagining, also in the developing world, access for psychological support for women who are victims of violence. Imagine women that cannot go to a place but could access in a public center near their, she doesn't have access at home, but near her home she has a place to access to health services, to sexual and reproduction information, how to avoid infections, how to make decisions related with sexuality. That's very important for the developing world. And access to education. Education is relevant for empowering women, allowing women to exercise their rights. Education brings economic independence, and that brings a way to avoid violence. Some women don't have where to go when they are victims of violence. If they have access to education, then they can do and know what to do. And finally, and profiting from what Kathy said about the cross-border nature of the access and the internet, for those not connected, having centralized and decentralized information centers where women could access these tools. And I would like to stress the fact of a FRIDA project, that it's psychological online telepsychiatria, telepsychological support. I think that's a fantastic idea. It could be also for women. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Olga. So now I want to ask the dynamic coalitions at the table if they want to react to any of the remarks or share some of the reflections that emerged from their meetings here. You know who you are, you can introduce yourself. And the other panelists also, if you want to react, we'll open it to the rest of the floor. So, Martin, introduce yourself first, please.
Good. Maarten Botterman, Dynamic Coalition for Internet of Things. And whereas it may seem a long way from the human rights discussion, the Internet of Things is a game changer that touches us all and also touches upon human rights. It brings a lot of good things. It brings, obviously it's currently driven by business opportunity, but there's also social needs, societal needs. An example is, for instance, the tsunami network that has been rolling out just to protect citizens against natural disasters, and there's many more which I won't expand on. There's sustainable development goals that cannot be achieved without technology, without connected things to support it. At the same time, there's also concerns about it because big data is something that is already big today and it will get much bigger tomorrow, so it can also address privacy issues. It's interesting that the European Data Protection Supervisor, who is there for privacy protection in Europe, has remarked in his last opinion that up and beyond privacy protection, it's really about human dignity. So what it means is that we need societal dialogue. Societal dialogue cannot happen without people knowing what's going on, and I can guarantee you too few people know. So initiatives like from Information Society to have a clear briefing paper is very important. The second thing is that we need stakeholders to really get an approach towards an ethical commitment. We cannot rely on law alone and the current explanations. Business will have to take an ethical stance and maybe even develop a fairness principle. And this is what our dynamic coalition is committed to over the coming year as well, to deepen that further.
Thank you. I actually want to ask you a question in return, which is, Ron talked about a positive rights versus a negative rights approach, which in layperson's language, I would say with the Internet of Things, we let it happen, and then if bad things happen, we intervene, or we try and govern it both at a corporate level as well as at a state level to prevent bad things from happening. What do you think should be the approach with regard to Internet of Things?
Well, I think what we need is very much businesses becoming aware of what's needed to act ethically. And frankly, they don't know yet. They have to think it up themselves, because from civil society, from people, there is no response, there's no clear understanding yet. So that needs to develop, that's one thing. Law is already there, and law needs to be obtained, and in that way human rights are clearly part of it. So it really requires in that way to step up and grab that opportunity and come forward yourself with clear expressions there. It's not a race that is done today.
Thanks. And I'm going to ask the Dynamic Coalition on Net Neutrality and on Internet Rights and Principles. Would you agree that businesses are not respecting human rights because they don't know? I know I'm putting it crudely. Or do you think it's more that they are trying to get away with not having to increase the cost of compliance for as long as they possibly can?
Good morning to everyone. Luca Belli, Dynamic Coalition and Neutrality. To answer to that question, I would not say that business do not know, but I would rather say that some traffic management practices are more profitable for business than others. So the question is not if they don't know that they could infringe human rights, but the question is where the profit lay and what is allowed by the law or not. So what we have been working on over the past years at the Dynamic Coalition and Neutrality, and we have also discussed this during this IGF, is the necessity to have a strong non-discrimination principle, so a non-discrimination of internet traffic management, because this principle is instrumental to the full enjoyment of human rights, to freedom of expression in the first place, because undue restrictions or discriminations can have the potential to jeopardize the freedom to impart, receive, and seek information. It also entails privacy obligations. Net neutrality entails privacy obligations because the analysis, the deep packet inspection analysis that frequently precedes traffic management can have serious consequences on the privacy and the data protection of users. So we also have included this in the net neutrality statement that we presented this year, the need for precise and strong and meaningful privacy protections. And finally, the last point I wanted to raise is around internet access. What we have discussed this year about this business model that we have decided not to advertise here at this session, but is that those business models have the potential to fragment the internet, and internet access is access to the whole internet, not to a portion of the internet. So if the goal is to provide an open platform, a global platform for communication and innovation, we should focus on empowering people, allowing them to associate, build community networks, rather than providing them a couple of applications. Thank you.
Thanks, Luca. And I think that we have, Pedro, maybe you can respond to my question actually as well when you respond, because I think what in response to what Martin said as well, what I think might be the challenge of Internet of Things to this community is that we already have the internet companies here, we have telecommunications companies here, and there is a common discourse around human rights, and we might not always agree, but there is a common conversation. With Internet of Things, isn't the challenge that there'll be a whole range of new types of businesses that are implicated and involved in this, and they're not yet part of this conversation? Is that a challenge, and could you perhaps suggest how the IGF community can respond to that challenge?
Well, first, I would like to add a little bit of about what we were discussing before, and I'm fully support what Rohan said. I think that we need to stop to discussing about internet scarcity, because I think that zero rating is just a patch. And it's in the dynamic of discussing internet scarcity. We need to discuss internet abundance, and I think that this is key. I think that as long as we can provide more connectivity, more abundance of broadband to access the whole internet, that will be a much better discussion that we need to have. I'm very concerned about what you mentioned about deep packet inspection, and we are seeing now some cases in Latin America and the Caribbean, particularly in the Caribbean, where we see operators doing ad blocking at ISP level. That is a way to also do indirect censorship, because publishers cannot get money for what they put online. And usually this is used to get revenue share agreements with different platforms, but it has a very complex effect. So going to Internet of Things, I think that yes, there is a challenge. And we were discussing before about the collection of personal data and how this, and that was something that Rohan also mentioned, that how this could be an issue of discrimination. And traditional privacy legislation was based on to avoid discrimination. As much information I have to you, I might have more information to deny you a service. So we need to focus on how technology is providing you more services rather than deny you services. And I think that this is a big differential from traditional privacy discussion and the new discussions on the internet. There are many services that try to give you more services. That's why we need to focus less on the collection. I think that the collection is something that is not going to stop. And now with sensors, with Internet of Things, data is going to be everywhere. What we need to look very careful is misuse. And those that misuse personal personal data need to be punished. And that I think that needs to be the standard. I think that if we still try to focus on collection of personal data, we won't win that battle. There are so many sources. It's really, really difficult to do that.
Thanks, Pedro. Marianne, you've been waiting, and Lisa. So dynamic coalitions, they do all the work, they do the intersessional work, and then we're not giving them the floor enough. So Marianne, do you want to respond to any of the comments so far?
Oh, thank you, Henriette, for giving us the floor. Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, thank you, everyone. I'm going to make some general comments because the dynamic coalitions have been meeting in the last two sessions, main sessions, and we have recognized and in a very deep way the overlaps in all our work within existing human rights frameworks by law, but also within what one could argue are emerging conversations about human rights. So in that sense, there is work to do in the good direction. This main session marks a huge landmark in the history of the IGF. It is a great leap forward that we're having this conversation within a human rights framework. I would like to note that for the record and congratulate everyone. The way governments use the internet makes a difference. The way corporations use the internet makes a difference. But the way ordinary people are using the internet also makes a difference. And it's these ordinary people that we're all trying to reach. So the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition has generated a charter of human rights and principles for the internet. We resonate with other declarations and bills of rights that preceded us and are following on from us alongside, and perhaps some might argue in competition with us. However, the point is here, more is more. More is more. I celebrate the diversity. My question to all the panelists from the corporate, the government and the civil society sector: we have a tool that is being used to communicate to ordinary people. But there are different constituencies, different audiences need different sorts of communication. So I'd like to ask the corporations and the government representatives here, how do they envisage their legal and corporate social responsibility obligations? How do they envisage communicating these to ordinary users beyond terms of use and judicial processes? We'd really appreciate some input there. Thank you.
Thanks, Marianne. Guilherme, you wanted to say something as well. And then Lisa.
Yeah, very briefly. Now, to support this idea that it's very important to include this discussion that we are having now under this session of human rights. And that said, you all know, probably most of you know, that this week the UNESCO General Conference has officially acknowledged the outcome document of the Connecting Dots Conference, that many of the issues that we are discussing here was also discussed, and also endorsed the Internet universality concept, where human rights, open, accessible, and multi-stakeholder internet is being discussed. So this is good news, but my question is the next step, and this is the next step for UNESCO. We need to have more detailed indicators for those things. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to operationalize those concepts in the day-to-day life of building public policies. So how we can discuss this under this agenda of access and also the SDGs, what is the need for more and more detailed indicators on all those issues. No, thank you very much.
Thanks. Dynamic Coalition on Gender.
Yes, thanks, Henriette. Of course, we cannot discount the fact that the internet has provided women with many opportunities, be it in their work, studies, community, or in their personal life. And it has provided women with information, of course, on e-services, reproductive health, sources of support, the freedom of expression, to express their views and opinions, their sexuality, and also the freedom to participate in public spaces and associations. But if we look closely, we are really talking about only a certain number of women, a certain segment who are connected and who have access. And we also have to talk about the quality of access that they have. For instance, the speed and the connectivity that serves as a barrier for their access, and also the trust that they have with the technology, and the skills necessary for women to gain access. Of course, there are studies, the figures that are available would say that there are more men who are connected. And what does this mean? We are excluding a large number of women, and often they are the marginalized and the underserved. And this includes the poor women, the rural women, women with disabilities, indigenous women, and the LGBT as well. We are denying them information towards achieving a healthy life, the opportunity to develop, to rise from their status, to be empowered, and to attain gender equality. And even those who are connected, and sometimes even those who are not connected, even experience abuse online, and they are subjected to hate speech. Studies such as those done by APC would prove to this. And how can women and the marginalized groups be motivated to be online when the spaces which they think can liberate them can also be spaces where they experience abuse and violence? So we cannot talk about equality, good governance, freedom of expression when women are silenced and if there are not safe spaces for them. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Are there anyone from the audience who have any questions? Line up. We can only take 2, so you have to stand up quickly. And then we need to start drawing to a close, and we'll close with Frank LaRue doing summary for us, but I also want the panel to respond. So just make your questions very brief.
Thank you. Marie-Laure Lemineur in my personal capacity. I would like to hear the views of the panelists on the issue of the costs of access and how prohibitive costs in some countries and regions impact the right to access. Thank you.
Ok, bom dia. Língua é cultura, língua é política, língua é economia. Eu queria que fosse discutida a questão do direito à expressão na língua, né, na questão da intercompreensão multicultural plurilingüe. Porque ainda parece que existe uma língua dominante na internet e as outras são sublínguas. E língua é cultura, economia, política, né? Essa questão eu gostaria de ouvir um pouco sobre ela. E como foi tocado no assunto da psiquiatria, sou pesquisador da intercompreensão pela UEPB, que é a Universidade do Estado, e psicanalista. E a cultura virtual tem produzido, não só pelo bullying virtual, mas pelas práticas de sociointeração, novos sofrimentos psíquicos. O que tem se pensado sobre essa questão da liberdade e do oferecimento de limites dentro da cultura digital? Muito obrigado.
Thanks very much. Now, I believe there are a group of young people in the room. So I'm going to, if any of them want to ask a question, then I'll give them special privilege. We're going to take one more there, and then there's a question at the table, and that's it.
Good morning, I'm Flavia Lefebvre from Proteste, Brazilian Consumers Association. I'd like to ask, among the various types of zero rating plans with limited amount of data and applications, could you talk about the difference between the normal plans of zero rating and free basic, considering the potential damage to the preservation of the non-discriminatory character of the internet and access of internet and human rights as freedom of expression and privacy? Thank you.
My name is Mariana. I'm participant of a Youth at IGF program. And in Brazil, we have a concentrated media in the hands of one group. At election time, many humors were launched as facts and began a discussion on media regulation, which was criticized by many as a form of censorship. How to ensure freedom of expression that contributes to information instead of manipulating people without it being considered censorship? Thank you.
Niccolo?
Thank you. I'm from the Dynamic Coalition on Platform Responsibility. Apologies, I worked in late, but when I walked in, I was was listening to someone mentioning the concerns about data collection. So I just wanted to put a plug to the work that we have been doing about the recommendation on terms of service and human rights, referring to the idea of terms of service as a fundamental and effective way to commit for companies to respect the human rights of internet users. And in this regard, I want to mention that there is a fundamental fight taking place in Europe as well as other jurisdictions over the proper system of protection of personal data. So on one hand you have users which demand very strict protection over what possible uses of their data are going to be made in the future. On the other hand, you have companies that says we want to collect it all and then think about what possible uses we want to make of this in the past. And if you interfere with this model, this will cut down innovation. I want to suggest that this is not a dichotomy. We can embrace responsible forms of innovation, and companies can commit to identifying at least the categories of uses that are going to be made in the data of the users. So I just want to say, if you look at our recommendation on terms of service on human rights, we provide some principles to guide the way forward for these companies who want to be responsible. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm afraid I have to close now. Actually, you're representative of the group of...
Muchas gracias. Exactamente, represento al grupo, estoy con el grupo de jóvenes de Latinoamérica del YouGift. Y más que una pregunta, es un agradecimiento por este tipo de programas que nos dan la oportunidad de tener una voz y un espacio en esto que es el Foro de Gobernanza en Internet. Y además, bueno, pues nos ayuda a fomentar lo que es nuestro derecho, también expresarnos, porque los jóvenes tenemos y merecemos ese espacio. Es algo que no habíamos contado. Justamente nosotros como grupo presentamos lo que es la Declaración de la Juventud, donde estamos expresando esto, la necesidad de que los jóvenes tengamos una participación activa en este tipo de eventos, y en verdad les pedimos a todos los que hacen posible este tipo de actividades que no se olviden de que estamos presentes los jóvenes y que se pueda seguir fomentando cada año este tipo de actividades en las que 73 jóvenes de América Latina jamás pensamos que íbamos a estar aquí, y estuvimos aquí una semana en algo que fue increíble para todos nosotros y que nos dio la oportunidad de saber qué es lo que queremos y cuál es la actividad que queremos hacer en pro de la gobernanza para nuestros países y sobre todo para darle voz a las y a los jóvenes. Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. And a good place to start is joining all the dynamic coalitions that we've heard from around the table. They're all open. And also, one has to work hard as well. And I think that's always the challenge about this open process. You need to come and you need to give voice, and you also need to work. So please speak to the dynamic coalitions organizers. Panelists, I am not going to summarize. I think you can all respond to what you feel comfortable responding, just 1-minute responses. But I mean, there's the issue of indicators, of how to measure whether we are making progress in a rights orientation. I think the other theme is is there a dichotomy between self-regulation and regulation? I think that's important to respond to. I think the issue of culture and language, that has also come up. And I think when you respond, do think about the next steps, about how we can actually, going back to a speaker who spoke during the first session, how do we move from just talking about rights at a level of generality, of principles, to really making substantial progress at quite a specific level. Rohan, 1-minute responses, because we have to leave time for Frank to summarize.
There were questions regarding indicators about women's participation in ICTs and about prices. Price information is available from multiple sources, including the ITU, but what they report is advertised packages rather than what people actually get. We researchers on the ground look at value for money. And when you look at value for money, you find that there's quite a problem with some of the developing countries. With regard to women and ICTs, generally speaking, with regard to use, particularly with telephones and whatever phone-based activity, poverty levels or socioeconomic levels wash out gender effects. Though when it comes to ownership, the gender effects are still strong, particularly in the early stages of adoption. Thank you.
Thanks. Pedro, you wanted to go.
Yes, just pick up a question from Marian that is about how we make more available, information to the users besides what is in the terms and conditions. And what we have been doing is put a lot of information on videos, on friendly material for kids. We have been working with different organizations like Tiago Tavares and different organizations around the world to just make that content very easy to understand. And we find the power of video that is something really, really important to achieve this.
Thanks. Luis.
I just want a brief note that in all these discussions, indigenous peoples are absent. It's not only language and cost and access. And coming from a country that has a cultural heritage and that probably IGF is going to go to Mexico next year, I think it's a responsibility not also to approach this with an Occidental view of imposing technology on these indigenous peoples, but to really ask them how they want to relate with these technologies, if they do, and to promote and preserve their culture and custom. And just what we do, I think we need to take discussion seriously. We cannot come here with grandiloquent remarks and then go backdoor and negotiate rights and say that and negotiate rights in trade agreements and push and surveil people all over the world. So I, as a member of civil society, take seriously these discussions. I hope government, companies, and other actors really take these matters seriously and don't just come here to show and then do another thing in other forums. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's often the same governments. Frane.
Thanks. I'll try and address your questions in terms of whether we're making progress. I think that's going to be a constant struggle because as we resolve some of the issues, new issues will come up, as it's always the case. On the question of regulation and self-regulation, I would just like to make one thing, sort of quick point. When it comes to the internet, our advice to the governments is be very careful, very cautious, and to regulate with a scalpel, not with an axe, as we have seen some of them trying to do. And in terms of how to implement these things, I mean, we just have to keep an eye on the issues and not let human rights issues be swept under the carpet for other priorities that the governments have. Everybody has priorities, but for us, human rights have to be number one.
And that actually reinforces what Luis was saying about not negotiating rights in one context and undermining them in another. Olga.
Very briefly, taking the comment from our colleague from Brazil about language. Language is a huge barrier in developing countries, and also cultural things and indigenous people. So those are cultural issues that must be taken in consideration, and we have to go back home and have this not only talking here, but doing things concrete at home. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, Frank LaRue, he was not only the special rapporteur on freedom of expression when we got the online-offline resolution, he's very good at synthesizing, which is why we invited him to close for us. Frank, you have the last word.
Thank you, Henriette, and I promise to do it very, very briefly because I think a lot has been said. But let me say that it is very clear that this IGF, some of the problems were marked, and I think also I'm very pleased to see that a human rights approach and a human rights perspective is now really caught on and is holding into all the debates. And this is progress. This is major progress because, as was said by one of the panelists, human rights is the common standards we have. It is the regulation we have in the world, the common regulation, which no one challenges because it is part of the universal consensus. Secondly, I think that what I heard here today is that if we deal with human rights, and we're all trying to redefine human rights from freedom of expression to protection of privacy, to protection of children, to accessibility for people with disability, to non-discrimination against everyone. My feeling today is that people feel empowered now to begin establishing what are the mechanisms of enforcement of these principles and these rights. So in a way, I think that the IGF next year will be also marked by that. What are the mechanisms? The regional mechanisms, the domestic mechanisms, the international mechanism. How do we make this effective? Because oftentimes we're told that technology is going faster than the debate, and certainly much faster than the law, but we cannot allow that to be an excuse for systematic violation of these principles, like on surveillance or on the breach of privacy or on many other rights. So my feeling is we do have to retake control of the protection of our rights. And here we all talked about the states have an obligation to protect and promote human rights. And they cannot delegate that. They cannot delegate it to third parties, to ISPs or intermediaries. The states have to assume their own responsibility with the collaboration of intermediaries as well as with the collaboration of civil society. But they cannot necessarily resign to their responsibility, which is the case of the two court cases that we were mentioning here in Europe, the Delphi case and the Castreja case, which I think are very worrisome precisely because of that phenomenon. In that sense, we have to solve the question of volume. I know that there will be many requests and many states say they just can't handle it, but this is going to be a problem, and there has to be a dialogue between states and platforms and technical facilitators. But there has to be a solution to that. Secondly, I think we all have to assume our responsibility. It is very important to re-emphasize corporate responsibility. We talked about the questions of the surveillance technology and many of the technologies that are going very fast, that we don't even know that are being used or done and are being sold to authoritarian or violent regimes that are jailing bloggers and persecuting journalism, assassinating journalists, or allowing harassment of women. So this is a crucial question. We have to have a serious dialogue between civil society and these corporations to enable our mutual responsibility, and as society a more proactive role in finding that. The second part, I think, and I'll say it in 2 words, the question of access, I was really moved because I think that's going to be also a crucial issue. Access was seen as a given before, and it isn't. Access is very complicated, from the connectivity, which in developing nations is not happening, to not only connectivity, but the type of services, or the quality of broadband and the quality of services and the internet that people receive, that may create 2 types of citizens and sort of a digital gap, which we should not allow. To the question of illiteracy and whether women are being discriminated versus men, or, as was said by our young colleagues, los jóvenes participantes hoy, that there's a language barrier, a cultural barrier. So I think one of the questions that's going to be paramount in the IGF next year is cultural diversity and internet. How do we balance those? And I don't believe in balancing rights, by the way, I agree. But this is not balancing rights, but this is trying to link the